All right, good morning, my friends. Welcome to the pre-market show. I hope everyone's having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Peter. How you doing today?
Hey, good morning, Carlos. Yeah, I'm doing good. It's a decent day here as long as you stay inside. Outside. It's a little ugly out there because we have a ice storm that happened overnight. It's supposed to happen yesterday. It happened today, and yeah, it's pretty slippery out there. So you got to be careful. Don't go out and get yourself lost. Where is it here? Anyways, where I can't see anything. Are we sharing? Did I lose
Yeah,
Carlos? Oh, you're there. Okay.
yeah, we're here.
Okay. Anyways,
We are good. We're live, right, guys? Yeah, I think people can see us. Hello to the world.
okay.
Yeah.
Good. We're okay. Anyways, so
Yeah.
it's just one of those days where it's a little messy out there. So I'm happy to be in here. Happy that I'm not going anywhere because having to leave the house would I went out to the driveway and I sort of slid halfway down before I recovered. So there we go. There you go at my driveway right now. You see? Here I am.
There you are. You are
Okay.
in your driveway.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I was looking
Oh
for. I
boy.
was trying to get that
Yeah.
that picture going. In any event,
Yeah.
um, yeah, it's pretty messy out there. The other thing, I was out last night and went out to had to fill my wife's car with gas, and gas prices have gone up a lot. Now, for Americans, this is not going to make any sense because we obviously do things in liters and measure in Canadian dollars, but gas prices just over the last week have gone from basically $1.20 to $1.60. So that's like a 30% price increase. And I don't know if they're going to go back down. Yeah, it's funny how, let's face it, whatever's happening with gas, and oil, like oil's got to be turned into gas and it's got to go through the refineries. And it just always amazes me how the price at the pump changes so quickly when clearly that's not the gas that had the problem from the Strait of Hormuz that they couldn't get through. But like it doesn't matter, right? Like we've been talking where I live here in Ontario. Anyways, we've been talking about price fixing for decades now, and nobody's ever done anything about it, right? Because gas prices, like, they go up every Friday and they go down
Mm.
every Monday. Like, they know on the weekend people are filling up their cars, especially in the
Really?
summer when you go on trips. Gas prices, it's and all if gas prices changes, all the gas stations change their price within minutes of each other. It's like, yeah, it's amazing to watch.
It truly is. Friends, good morning in our YouTube channel and our X channel. Happy to have you guys as we get ready to prepare for this market open. Quick look at our gappers list this morning. We got some stuff in the green so far today. Some big numbers on the gaps upside of things, and I see XPEV is on here. We saw a little bit of some EV action over the last couple of weeks. Speaking of gas prices and everything else, that is having again. It just seems too early to be having such an effect on EV vehicles, pushing higher. But that's what the market feels, and that's what these prices are doing. HIMS, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. No, I know you
It's
like
just
this
weird
topic
how the
about the
market,
EVs and gases
yeah,
and
like,
gas price. Yeah.
well, like you said, like, so even if gas prices are up 30%, wherever you are, if they're up, I mean, we all know gas prices are up 15, 20%, whatever it is.
Yep.
Like, are you going to go out and buy a $50,000 car because you're like, whoa, gas is too much? I'm buying a new car. Like, come on. Like, but anyways,
Yeah.
that's not how the stock market works. The market will move prices on the anticipation of people buying electric cars because gas prices are too high. And it feels a little silly, but welcome to the market. That's the way it works. So
That's the way it works. Absolutely.
yeah.
But yeah, here's and then we also have hymns, which has been just incredible. Yesterday, another big day for it. We'll dive into more details on that one. So that should be a lot of fun. And then on the gap side down of things, we see some that have been. Oh, speaking of gas prices, American Airlines making its way down here. The cost of operations of airlines, 1/3 of it is gas, is the fuel cost, right? So clearly that's an big chunk of the operational cost. So airlines are seeing a bit of a hit here, and prices for tickets, man. I was looking at some of the prices they were talking about online. They're ridiculous. Like some routes going to obviously the Middle East are just out of control. So there it is. American Airlines down 2% this morning. We'll see if any other travel sector also gets affected by what's going
Oh
on.
my.
And again, it all depends on how long this is going to last, right? That's the key here.
Yeah.
Um,
I hadn't thought about that. I've got an internal flight that I have to book in Egypt. Maybe I should do that because it was already
oh,
insanely
ha-
expensive. Maybe I
I
should.
would love to see what the difference is. Maybe throughout the
Oh
show,
my
you get a
God.
chance to do a
I
little
might have.
dabbling, a little
I
expedient
might have caused
checking.
myself some
This is gonna
problems here
cost a little
by
more. Oh yeah,
waiting. Yeah.
absolutely. You get a little bit of a boost there. Um, all right, as Peter books his flight to help the economy, let's take a look, friends, at some of our top stories happening today. Let's start first with our economic calendar. So we'll look at what's taking place here. Peter, give us some of the stuff that's scheduled for this morning.
Yeah, we've got a few things on that economic calendar that we can look for. Nothing major, but as you can see, coming up in about half an hour, well, 20 minutes, 22 minutes, we're going to get the housing starts and building permits. I don't know anymore. I don't know. Like normally the market's like whatever, and it ignores that. The jobless claims, though, that's the number that the market can often pay attention to. And again, we now seem to be back suddenly. We're back into a market that now cares about economic data, whereas for the previous several months, ever since the government shutdown last year, the market could care less about economic data. So now we're back, baby, and the market absolutely is reacting. So be aware of that. 8:30. Let's come back to this and see what's going on later today. As you can see, really not much, right? We got Fed speaker, the Atlanta Fed GDP now. They seem to release this like every week. They've got a new GDP now number, which is just an update on the GDP growth. And well, again, market probably won't pay attention to it, but who knows? The Fed balance sheet might be an interesting one, but that's after the close. So that's not going to affect today's trading. We'll see if it has an impact after hours and tomorrow. So mostly all the action is going to be happening in the next 20 minutes or so as we get those jobless claims. So Carlos, we'll come back to that. I'll try and we'll flag it right after 8:30 and let you guys know what those numbers look like.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking just of the overall market right now, feeling a little bit weak coming into this pre-market session. Yesterday continues with a lot of volatility. After hours, you could see the drop here happening into the evening, and then this morning a little bit of a pop from the post hours low, and again dropping some more. So still seeing some weakness at the moment. So this should be interesting as there's so much going on throughout the world, well, throughout the Middle East. More importantly, that's affecting the overall market. All right, friends, let's get to our gappers list. Let's start going to some of these tickers. Then we have some more stuff to share on news that's going on and how things are being affected. But let's start looking at our gappers list and seeing what is in play. First one on deck this morning is LWLG. It's up here right now, and we are up 22% on this one. 1.1 million shares traded. Lightwave, Lightwave Logic. So a big pop for them. 131 million shares flow, so not a bad one. Peter, we're seeing some good action today in it.
Yeah, well, the news this morning is very exciting that Lightwave signs a deal with Tower Semiconductor to integrate polymer modulators into PH18 silicon photonics platform. Wow, that's exciting. Anyways, they've got a new deal. They're they're using their technology on silicone chips. So silicon chips, not silicone. That's what goes into breast implants. Silicon, that's a little different.
Yeah,
Anyways,
very, very big difference. Very big difference, Peter.
Silicon,
But
LA, Silicon in Silicon Valley up north. in
Yes. Yes.
San Jose and that area. Anyways, never mind.
Exactly.
All right.
Um,
It's like
but
it's like
this.
nuclear all over again, Carlos.
Oh
Remember when everybody was
yeah,
making
yeah,
fun of me?
yeah.
Nuclear,
Nuclear,
nuclear.
nuclear.
Anyways,
Yeah, there it is.
uh,
Um,
all right,
on
sorry.
this one, I mean, good action yesterday after hours, of course. This morning, we're just kind of waiting to see is that going to continue. The volume is there. It is not a low flow, a lower price, which typically I don't like. But Peter, not too bad for the pre-market session so far.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, normally this stock only gets about 2.3 million shares traded. Obviously overnight it's done about 1.2 million. I'm right now it's not moving. Since we've been talking about, I've been watching. I've seen about 200 shares trade hands.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's
pretty
not.
quiet.
Well, I mean, maybe we can come back to it and see if it's going to be active. I think it's. I don't think it's going to be the play of the day.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be
No.
great here. So I am going to put on the secondary just to come back to it because it did have some good action yesterday. Maybe today that can change as we get closer to the market open. So we'll keep an eye on it. All right, let's see what else, friends. We have Fly next is on here, FLY. And this thing is up 30%, 437,000 shares traded. This is Firefly Aerospace. And they're getting a bit of a pop here. Float on this one, pretty similar to the last one, 138 million shares float. We might have talked about this before. I can't remember them, but it looks like, are there a recent IPO as well? Yeah, recent IPO, just going back to last year, looks like August maybe. Peter, they're up this morning slightly as they're looking to hopefully hold on to some of these gains.
Good old Fly. Marty McFly? No, this is Firefly Aerospace. We have talked about them in the past. I mean, look, they had a successful launch. They launched their Alpha Flight 7, which delivered some Lockheed Martin payload into orbit. So it's always good when these things work as expected and don't have issues, right? Nobody likes explosions on the launch pad or anyways, weird stuff happening. So it's very. I don't know if you, Carlos, would have seen anything, or let me see. I've got an image here that I want to show you. Unlike a lot of the other where is it? Oh, here it is. Unlike a lot of the other rocket companies, I wasn't even thinking about this one, but they have gone minimalist in their rocket technology. See that like black tube that just says Firefly? That's their rocket. They didn't go with any fancy design or anything. They literally, we're just keeping it simple, man. We're like, it's like a cardboard construction tube with a rocket on the bottom of it. That's
Is
it.
it,
Like
is that even like aerodynamic? What's the top? It's just
I
it looks flat. It's not even like
it
aerodynamic or something. It's
it
just like,
yeah, exactly. There's no pointy top or anything. Maybe they
well,
determine that that's not needed. I mean, I
that's not
guess with what
needed.
you're
Yeah.
doing, aerodynamics are different when you're launching a rocket. So I don't know. I mean, heck, I am not a rocket
Yeah.
scientist, but I find it interesting how they just said, screw it, we're not doing any of the fancy stuff. We're just all we need is a tube to get things into space. So let's
Look
let's
at
do it.
that.
Yeah,
Look at that.
why
All
not?
right. So here it is, guys. These guys are up this morning. I mean, we love talking space and rockets and all this fun stuff.
I like
How well it's
I
going to
do.
trade, I'm not sure. But this is clearly in play. I mean, up 13%, 457,000 shares traded, not a low flow. It's got a story behind it. Man, I'm going to put it here, man. I'm going to put it on, I'm going to put it
Oh
right on
yeah.
here. And let's see. Let's see what happens. It'll be on the secondary. I like everything about it, but again, the history on this one does not normally trade well. So my hopes are not too high on it. Continuing here, friends, on our gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com. ABVX is another one that's making some noise this morning. This one is up 9.7, 478,000 shares traded. Looks pretty light on volume. Look at the daily volume too. It's very interesting down here, as is just like the same amount of shares being traded, which is pretty low, by the way. This is like 1.2 million or something, so really low, all from January into now. So today they're getting a little bit of a pop. They have almost half the volume they do on a regular basis, so that's not That's a lot for this morning, but not a lot for us overall. Peter, any news behind it?
I mean, there is news that they have I guess is this a French newspaper? Anyways, yeah, it must be because this is this Abivax is the name of the company, which is a biotech company. Anyways, they said La Lettre reports. La Lettre means the letter in French, so I guess it's a French newspaper. Reported anyways that they've got a deal with AstraZeneca. So AstraZeneca being one of the big, pharmaceutical companies out there, the fact that they've got a deal to access confidential data to a takeover offer. Okay, so there you go. Mergers and acquisitions rumors is what's happening. This is why it's popping. So unsubstantiated at this point. We don't actually have a price, but it's moving on speculation. This could be a good news one, Carlos, if we get more news today. Keep in mind that in France it's already early afternoon, so we only got a couple
Mm-hmm.
hours here for more news to happen before their local market day closes. I don't know. I mean, you never know, right? We could get more news today. It might be 2 weeks from now. And it could be good or bad, right? AstraZeneca could come out and say, actually, we have no plans to make an acquisition, which would, tank this stock, or they could confirm it, which would shoot it higher, depending on what price they confirm it at. So I don't typically like to play stocks where you're just waiting for the next news, article to drop.
Yeah, yeah. Could be a little bit risky, or you just can't get nothing going. Like it might not actually move well. Here's one that's made our list many, many times. We're getting very familiar with this one. This is Bat L. So Bat L continues to make some noise, especially now as ships are getting hit. Again, this is not directly the best oil taker to trade. I mean, there's some other ones out there, like obviously XLE, and we will talk about some of those. You can see here, XLE could be a good one. There's some other ones like crude oil you could trade as well. But for the most part, Bat L seems to get all the attention. So these guys are up this morning 13%. As you can see here, 645,000 shares traded, clearly in play this morning, Peter. So let's talk a little bit about oil and how things are being affected, Peter. I know we got some stuff we can show as well, but Bat L and some other energy tickers up as the conflict continues here in the markets.
Yeah, it's a signature stock of this the oil move in this round of market events. And as you said, things are moving, right? We keep hearing, excuse me, oh my goodness, we keep hearing such conflicting reports coming out of the U.S. administration and, of course, coming out of the Iranian government, which are also saying, they're targeting ships, they're going to be targeting oil refineries. They've actually now launched attacks on oil refineries specifically in bordering countries. Bahrain got hit fairly heavily. There's a number of oil refineries there, and it's not just oil, by the way. There's some like other offshoot products. I didn't realize this, but apparently in Bahrain and Oman, there's a lot of aluminum smelters, or aluminium for those people in Europe or Australia. And apparently aluminum prices are going up. So if you want like a weird hidden, commodity that you could trade, look for some aluminum stocks. They might be going up in the next little while, as if they smelt outside of that region, of course. But yeah, we can see, as Carlos has got up here on the screen, that tankers are being targeted. We've got oil reserves that are being hit, and oil prices are going up. So like we talked about, oil prices have perennially been a problem for politicians in the US. I mean, everywhere, but the US seems especially sensitive to oil and oil prices. And as they go up, that is a huge election issue. And as we're heading towards midterms, I mean, we still have a long time, right? And a lot can change. This war is got all sorts of dimensions to it. I mean, apparently, the feds issued a warning to the state of California yesterday that
I
Iran
saw
may
that.
launch a drone strike on the west coast of the U.S., which apparently got people a little nervous. I could understand that. But they provided no details. They don't know when, they don't know how, they don't know who, they don't know what. So they just a statement, and I'm like, wow, like that's I'm glad not to be on the west coast of the U.S. right now, I guess.
Yeah. I mean,
But I mean,
how much battery power do these drones have? I mean, how can that thing fly from over there all the way to the
well,
West
no, no.
Coast? It's a lot of miles. Like
No, because
what?
it wouldn't come directly from Iran. I mean, basically, Iran is
Yeah.
blockaded right now. The U.S. has pretty
Right.
much got them hemmed in. But they were saying the suggestion was that there was one of two ways that either they could have positioned a ship off the West Coast, but didn't confirm that. It was just sort of speculation. Or
Yeah.
alternatively, it could come out of Mexico. And again, is this fear mongering? Is it real? Is it like who knows?
Yeah.
Uh,
Like,
Iran does have known ties with some of the cartels that operate in Mexico, and the Mexican cartels are known to both own and have operated drones. In many times for drug shipments and some actual like attack drones. So it possible, but I mean, I don't know. Like
yeah.
this is the
Yeah.
type of
It's
stuff where sitting far away
questionable.
from it, yeah, like I'm
Yeah.
like, it doesn't sound credible. Like I don't really think it's going to happen. But I'm way over here. I mean,
Yeah.
frankly, if I was much closer, you might be a little more concerned, right? The fact that
Yeah.
there was the
Agree.
statement issued from the feds to the California government. So,
Yeah.
anyways, whatever.
And also if you think about it, like Mike, I'm with you, Mike, over in chat here on YouTube. That would be such a dumb move by the cartel to do, right? You're making so much money. You're gonna go and poke the bear during this time. You don't want to do that.
Yeah,
They're
it's
making so much money.
no,
Just
it's
keep doing
not
what you're
their fight.
doing. Yeah, don't get involved in this. It's not ideal for you guys to
Yeah,
do
like
that.
it's one. It is very different. Like there is a I don't know. There's a distinct difference. We have called it the war on drugs for decades now, but it's not. Like, the if you do not want to enter a conflict where the US says, "Hi, now we're carpet bombing you." Right? Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
a totally
It's
different,
just
world in which
yeah,
to operate.
yeah,
So
yeah,
I can't imagine them wanting to get involved. But again, it's sort of weird. It's weird the places we're going with this right now. And who knows? Is it politically motivated? Is it a real concern? We don't know. What we know is real. Oil prices are going up, and that is a concern for not only consumers, like we said, the cost of products. We first see it at the pumps, but again, there's this cascade effect. The U.S., by the way, also announced that they're releasing some strategic reserves, some 400 million barrels, if I got that number right. I was reading it earlier this morning, which is about 20% of their 22%, I think, from what I read, of their supply. Which is, I mean, there's been a lot more released in the past, but like that's enough to compensate for something like 20 days of oil shipment through the Strait of Hormuz. So that should alleviate pressure anyways. And let's face it, guys, we're not heading to some sort of like gas shortage. It's not that severe at this point. It's just the economic impact that people are dealing with. So all that being said, Carlos, BATL, right, which is our signature oil stock, it seems, for whatever reason, right now. It's still on the move. It's still up here. If you look at that daily chart, it's still up where it jumped up the other day.
yeah,
And it's still in play. Volumes are drying up a little bit, right? If you look at the volume yesterday, it only traded about 8.6 million shares compared to like 3 days ago when it traded 35 million shares, and last week when it was trading like 60, 70 million shares a day. So it does
yeah,
feel like the volume is drying up. But that being said, yesterday's market, I was actually really surprised. I didn't even notice it until late afternoon. But I was looking at the average volumes, and the actual volume, like the RVol, relative volume
hmm,
for the day, was only about like 40 to 50% on most things. Apple was only trading at like 30% of its normal volume. So that tells me that some of the big money, like there is some confusion, right? And there is money that is sort of sitting on the sideline saying, we don't know what's going on, right? And where things are going to go. Let's wait it out and see if we can get a little more clarity, a little more certainty before that money re-enters the market. So with volumes being down, that does make trading a little more challenging because with active volumes you can get more momentum based moves and a little more range. Yesterday is pretty obvious. I mean, you just have to look at almost any chart, and there's a few things with movement. A lot of stuff was very choppy. It was not
Yeah.
an easy day. I didn't think it was an easy day yesterday. We did get some moves. Like, don't get me wrong, some moves happened, but the open was choppy throughout the day. Things were choppy. The best move really happened a little early, around 10 o'clock, where we got a drop from the high to the low. But
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, tough day yesterday. And as we
Yeah.
look to today, Carlos, I put a heat map in there, if you have that image, and we can see that we're starting pretty red here. So while we're looking at the gap up, we can see this morning, early this morning, as we were looking across, there's very little green you can find out there. There's a whole lot of red, and we got to be aware of that. That almost everything is sort of heading downward. You can see a little pack. You see that little patch of green there, sort of on the towards the right mid picture of that chart? That's oil, right? It's the only area of green really of significance. So so there you go. Anyways, that's your overall picture. Getting back to our gap up, Carlos. There's a couple more
Yeah.
things on that list, but not much. Again,
Yeah.
most stuff is gapping down. We'll talk more about some of the gap down stuff, but
Yeah,
a
few
little
things gapping up like hymns continues to, man,
him.
this
Yeah.
this this catalyst for them has been really good. You can see it here. These guys are
Mhm.
gapping up 5.6 this morning, 3.1 million shares traded, so they're rocking. Had a great day yesterday. I mean, this NVO Novo Nordisk situation for them has been good. They got out of a lawsuit, they got out of conflict, and now they're partnering up. What a great love story this is. Kiss and make up. So hymns,
It
it's just
is like a
beautiful.
love story.
It is like
It's
it's awesome. Peter, so they're up pretty good today. Yesterday, it took off immediately. Did not give me a chance to take an opportunity on it. I mean, it just shot up and it actually held its gains pretty good into the later parts of the day here. So pretty nice action. This morning already up 5.4. I'm gonna have it on deck. I think it can trade very well. What's your thoughts on it this morning?
I like the love story angle, Carlos. Yeah, we got to go. It's like the Notebook, Fat Shot edition. What do you want? I don't know. What do you want? I want to sell your Fat Shot. Well, there you go. That's what they got. So it's thank you and scene. All right, you're welcome,
Cut.
everybody. Yeah, it's that news. I mean, this is what's continuing to propel it. The fact that not only did they settle the lawsuit, or they eliminated that lawsuit that Novo Nordisk had for them for patent infringement, but also then Novo agreed to sell their drug through the Hims and Hers services and website. That's great news. So, oh, I just had the chat room come online. Here we go. Jared's in there. So yeah, so that's great news for them, Carlos. I don't know how much longer it can continue to move on that. I mean, it's this morning it's 3.2 million shares to the good. So it looks like it's continuing some of that momentum. I feel like it's got to be slowing down a little bit. Can it? I mean, it's up another 5%. Um,
Yeah.
it's getting to a range on the daily where you think, I mean, it's had support here this time last year, March, April of 25. We sat in this area for a couple of weeks. We're back here now. I feel like this is an area where it's likely to take a breather and rest, but I don't know. We don't know for sure, right? Obviously, we got to keep an eye on it. It could very well still be in play for today. My gut is telling me it's going to slow down and be a tougher trade today, but I mean, I can't even count the number of times I've been wrong on those things. So it might be worth watching just in case.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. I'm gonna have it front and center for sure because I think it traded so well yesterday. It just took off right out of the gates and did not give me an opportunity to jump on that. So we'll be ready for today. This one here that's moving up pretty aggressively on our gap up list, brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. French is ATPC this morning, and as you can see here, up 34%. Hard to borrow with Interactive Broker, so we don't have shares for sure. But look at the move happening now. It is a 300 million? No, 300,000 shares flow is what I'm showing. So pretty light on the flow here. Be very careful. Basically under a million. Lower price as well, but clearly in play. I'm going to add to my popcorn tickers list here so we can watch as it takes off here and see what kind of traders is going to be today. Peter, is there any news behind this one?
Agape ATP Corp. I'm not even sure if I'm saying that right, but that's how I like saying it. Yeah, they have a strategic collaboration with a company called Citadel Investments, and it wasn't there like a spy show called Citadel? This is not them, right?
Mm,
Anyways,
uh,
uh, didn't
don't know.
have it. It had one of the Jonas Brothers' wife in it. What I always forget her name. What her name? Anyways, and anyways, yeah. I'm hoping someone was going to remind me of the name quickly. But anyways,
Mm,
look, this is a UAE based company. This alliance seems to be what's pushing them higher. Look at the volume though, 4.8 million shares traded this morning. This thing is up about 36%. It's in play, Carlos. I don't know for how long, but it's in play. Remember, these types of stocks, we've seen it many times where they can be in play early morning, and then once the opening bell rings, they just die. Look at the daily chart. It's such a weird daily on this because this was
yeah.
trading at $60 to $70, and then bam, in one day it just dropped to be a $5 stock, and it looks flat, right? Look at that. But if you zoom in, and suddenly you've got all sorts of movement. It dropped all the way down to $2 just a few days ago, where it was hanging out, and now it's back to being a $5 stock. So this is definitely a penny stock. It's hard to borrow. It's not, this is your high risk, low float stuff. If that's your kit, if that's your bag, then this might be the one for you. I don't love these, so you know, Carlos, popcorn for sure.
Yeah, popcorn for sure. I mean, we'll see what we come out of it. It'll be more entertainment purposes for me. Usually, my strategy on these low flow stocks don't trade very well, so won't be trading it. But it's fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie. It's fun to see something up 36, 50, 100%. Seeing how the halts take place after the market open. Is it gonna be the next best things in slice bread and go back up to 60? You never know. So that's all fun. All right, continuing our gap up, friends. We could cover most of this. We talked about EVs a little bit. Here's XPEV making its way onto the list. We'll talk about Tesla as well. We could get into some of the stuff happening there. We'll see what Rivian is doing as well. But here is XPEV. We're up 3.2, 392,000 shares traded. And it's just so interesting, as we mentioned earlier, as oil prices get a little bit tighter, these EV vehicles start to move higher, although the effect it's not in yet, right? It's too early for the effect to take place. Nobody's running to the shop to get a EV vehicle. Yeah, I don't think that's the way it works. But there it is. These guys are up. The market maybe thinks that in the future things will get better. Tesla is up slight. Well, oh, that changed my mind. Was up slightly just a few minutes ago. Back into the red there. We saw Rivian also active over the last couple of days. Here's the daily, has come down since then. So Peter, XBEV now on the list this morning. Anything specifically to this one today?
I'm not sure why XPEV is moving higher, frankly. It just seems to be taking a little bit of a bop on no news. The news was on LI. LI did have earnings this morning. So they're on the gap down list, and they should be because they didn't have a good quarter. They actually missed their numbers and are gapping down, which is not what the industry wants to see. In fact, their forward-looking guidance in terms of delivery numbers were lower than analysts expected in the next quarter. They're anticipated to deliver 85 to 90,000 vehicles. The industry was looking for closer to 100,000 vehicles delivered. So, I mean, the business is still going, but not as fast as anticipated. Here in Canada, I can tell you that Chinese EVs are all the news. If you recall, our Prime Minister Carney went and signed a deal with China to allow the import of a couple 100,000 cars here into Canada to open the market to them, with the intent to expand it further. And that's angered some of our regional politicians, right? So that's a national level deal, whereas some of the provincial premiers are upset because, auto manufacturing, for example, is big business here in Ontario, and that would undercut Ontario Canadian made vehicles. Now, we don't actually have our own brands. We just make vehicles from other like US brands and Chinese brands here locally. But I haven't seen them hit the roads. I saw a VinFast vehicle the other day, But that's like a Vietnamese car brand. I didn't even know those were legal on our roads, but I was shocked to see one on the highway the other day. I'm like, look at that. Anyways, but yeah, we've yet to see them, but they're supposed to be coming. Of course, there's all the usual stuff that happens when you get vehicles, especially out of China. There's concern over especially these are very high tech. They've got all sorts of monitoring devices. There's worried about security concerns and that they're going to be actively monitoring you and sending the stuff back to China. I'm not sure what they would do with my driving patterns exactly. I suppose, Carlos, if they were monitoring my car, if they had the cameras operating and they're sending back, they could blackmail me with pictures of me picking my nose while driving someday or something. I don't know. It's I'm
Yeah.
not sure what they would do, but it's I I can't understand how that would be of any strategic importance. But with AI assessment of videos, maybe they could piece together a bunch of videos and find some strategic intelligence on Canada. I have no idea what they would do with it, but I'm actually looking forward to getting my hands on some of these cars because maybe it's a good thing that I've waited to buy a car because I do think some of the tech that they've got in these Chinese EVs is really
Hmm.
cool. And whether you get it in a Chinese car or it just makes its way into the North American cars, I mean, I honestly think Tesla's got some really, really cool tech on the self-driving stuff, right? That's where they focused.
Yeah.
But the actual driving experience, the inside infotainment stuff, the creature comforts, frankly, they're falling way behind. And I think they're not only Tesla, but I picture them like I expect them to be on the forefront. Let alone all the other manufacturers. They got some catching up to do. So we'll see what happens. I want a drone built into my car, like some of those Chinese, like the Chinese SUV that's got the little. I mean, ridiculous that one, but it's still cool that they bothered to build it.
Yeah, no, I get it. The one I see often here is this one, the Lucid. I'm not sure which model it is, but it's the Lucid one, and man, it looks nice. It looks nice, but like you
The
said,
Lucid,
Peter,
yeah, I
this
like
thing
the
is
sound of
packed with
that.
features. But if you pack it with
Yeah.
features, look at the price tag. You're looking at 70 grand, right? I mean, Tesla's selling it at a much cheaper price. Once you start packing up these things, that price is gonna rack up pretty quickly. But yeah, this is a nice one. I see it all the time on the road, and
They,
it's really really nice.
but it's even stuff like we were talking about this the other day. Did we do this on the show, Carlos? I can't remember, but one of the companies, I think it was BYD, that produced. They had that little sports car that could jump. It could hop,
Yeah, yeah, we talked about that last week. Yeah,
right?
it's crazy.
It
Yeah,
could it could literally leave the ground, and you might say, seriously, what? Yeah, like it actually hops because it has computer controlled compression suspension. And the point would be because it's a sports car and it's low to the ground, it could literally just hop over speed bumps and potholes. you know, okay, that's pretty cool tech. I think
yeah,
that's
yeah.
cool.
Don't
I
know
don't
if
know
they're
how
gonna
safe it
allow
is.
that. Yeah, I
Just
don't
sounds
know if they're
cool.
gonna allow that here, but it is pretty cool tech.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know. It's cool.
All right,
Anyways,
yeah, my car jumps. What does yours do? Yeah, there you go.
yeah, exactly.
Speaking of all of these, the best one, guys, is Tesla, right? I'm gonna add Tesla to my list here. Obviously, it's a fun one to watch. One of our usual suspects does trade very well, so we'll add it to my list. I got him and Tesla so far this morning, and we'll look at some of the other usual suspect in just a second. To close off our gappers list, brought to you by TrainTerminal.com. Here, I think this is pretty much it. I see some other ones coming up here, like Oxy. Although Oxy, we talked about energy and oil. It has been not great, right? Like it looks great starting out, but it hasn't been a great intraday trading stock for me at the market open. I didn't watch it closely yesterday, I'll admit. Let's see if we missed anything. Again, initial pop sideways, and it did trend higher. Today, we do got some good volume. 1 million shares traded up 2.2. And I also like the daily. And I think as things continue here, this can start looking a little bit nicer. I'm gonna add it to the list. I'm gonna give it another shot here. I'm gonna add it over to our primary list, Peter. What do you like as far as the gap up list in itself, and maybe any energy stocks that you'll be watching today?
Well, I got a couple of things to talk about. Maybe we can go to the earnings calendar because there are a few earnings that we need to talk about and you need to be aware of. So there's a few things that are coming up today. Highlighted in green there, you can see the stuff that happened last night. and then the stuff we're going to talk about this morning. So all of these are on the gappers list that we can talk about one way or another. Tonight is they're eagerly anticipated is Adobe's earnings. That's after the close tonight. So we'll see. That might be one. I don't know if it's going to move during the day. Things have been moving better than expected during the trading day. ADBE is Adobe's ticker. I mean, it's not doing anything pre-market right now, but it may. They've been trading more actively the day of earnings because normally they go quiet the day of earnings. They've actually been trading more actively. I've noticed things recently, so we'll see what Adobe does. But people are hoping for good results out of Adobe because the software sector's been beaten up over the last little while. But let's talk about the stuff that had earnings overnight and this morning that are on the Gap up list. I'll start with Petco down at the bottom there. Woof. I just love their ticker, WOOF. They beat their numbers in quarter. They never trade any volume pre-market, so not doing much. Another one that doesn't usually get volume pre-market is Stitch Fix, SFIX. They had earnings and beat their numbers. Let's see, Dick's Sporting Goods. They haven't had news in a little while. Remember back when they had some big news? Didn't they? They basically took over. They were moving Nike, right? As they were selling Nike products because they had that big deal with uh,
Foot Locker, I think it was.
Foot Locker, thank you.
Yeah.
I wanted to say the running room, and that's not it. Foot Locker. Yeah, so, but we haven't heard much from them since, but they seem to be doing well. They beat their numbers. They had a good quarter. Their guidance is higher in the quarter. So Dick's Sporting Goods can occasionally be a decent trader. Yeah, you can't usually tell what it's going to do pre-market. Again, a NYSE stock, so you get lower volume pre-market. So just be aware of that. But it looks okay. I mean, not great, but okay here this morning. And then let's see, one that had earnings this morning that we normally don't pay much attention to, but I'm really surprised about the volume here. Is one of my favorite companies. Hold on, let me just get up here for this. Uh, Tilly's, TLYS. Now, Tilly's had earnings this morning, and they beat their numbers in the quarter. They actually raised their guidance, and look at they've traded almost 18 million shares this morning. Like this is the stock that trades 1.5 million shares a day if you're lucky.
What's the ticker, Peter?
And
I missed it. TL.
Tilly's, TLYS, Tilly's. Now, if you don't have a Tilly's hat, let me just take, I'm going to take a PSA moment here, guys, because if you don't have a Tilly's hat, and I know that their business was doing better because I bought this hat, Carlos, recently. Actually, I was wearing it in Aruba. It's a great beach hat. I was wearing it in Aruba, and I bought it at Costco. So you know when you make it into Costco, right? That's usually a good sign. And I never expected to buy a Tilly's hat at Costco. But Tilly's are great because they last forever. They float. They got the little strap so you can wear it and you can keep it so that it doesn't blow off your head. Now it looks really Australian, right? When you put the strap on.
Yeah, it does.
It's not an
Yeah.
Australian hat. But I got to tell you guys, I am a huge fan of Tilly's. This is my new Tilly's hat. Hold on.
I
We can
made
go
the
into the
own, Peter.
Wayback Machine here. This bad boy here. Look at this ragged piece of thing. But this is my. I have owned this hat. This has been on more camping trips with me than any other piece of equipment I own, probably. And this hat is probably almost 40 years old now. And
Wow.
it's great, man. It still works. It's still perfect. You can get it wet. They work better when they get wet because they sort of stiffen up a little bit. And this one you can do the Australian thing where I can actually put the snaps on the side. Anyways, I love Tilly's hat. I can tell you firsthand. I had a buddy whose boot broke on a hike one time. This would be like 30 years ago. And we lent him our Tilly's hats. He literally strapped the Tilly's hats onto his feet and finished the rest of the hike 10 miles back to the cars wearing Tilly hats on his feet, and they were still serviceable afterwards. I'm telling you, man, I am a
That's
huge fan.
impressive.
So there you go.
That's
There's my public
impressive.
service announcement for Tilly's this morning. I love them. They're great. If you don't own one, go buy one. Anyways, So, but yeah, Tilly's is moving this morning again with surprising volume. Look at this. Again, almost 18 million shares. I'm going to watch them just because I'm fascinated. I didn't even know they were publicly traded, to be honest. But
Yeah,
here they are this morning on our earnings. So,
awesome.
yeah,
I see you also have well, that's guess that's Futu, Dollar General. What is Futu up to?
we
We
those
haven't
those
looked
are
at
all
that.
the rest of them are gapping down. So I figured we could handle those
Oh,
and
okay. That
yeah,
makes perfect
yeah.
sense. Absolutely. All right, friends, let's take a look what's capping down this morning. Got a couple of big numbers here, 19%, 13.10. Let's take a look at the first one here, NTSK. These guys are down 20% this morning, 410,000 shares traded. Big flow above 379 million. So that's what you're getting there. Here's the daily. Here's the action, and we do have shares for short. Lower price stock, but it's a big flow and plenty of shares for short on this one with Interactive Brokers. I can't say I remember ever looking at this one. It's called Netscope. Netscope, I think
Netscope,
is the
yeah,
name of the
Netscope,
company here. And
yeah.
yeah, they're down pretty big. Peter, what's the latest and greatest?
I mean, volume's a little low here. They've only traded 400,000 shares. They had a good quarter. They beat their numbers, and their earnings, their forward-looking guidance is okay. I don't. I mean, I think the concern they have is that their AI services are not garnering the type of attention that analysts were hoping for. They were hoping a larger percentage of the revenue would come from AI, and while they've got some AI some I don't know, some weird AI products out there. I don't really understand their product line, to be honest. But they're selling, but not as actively, I guess, as the analysts who follow this wanted it to. So I don't think this is a stock to play for this morning, Carlos. But I
Yeah,
think we got other stuff now.
yeah.
One thing I could say that just happened. I'd like to say welcome this morning to my brother from another mother, Andrew. He did manage to wake up this morning. He's here with us.
Yes,
So
sir. Of course
yeah,
I am.
would you
I
like to?
am a different person. I'm getting really used to really start waking up early and I try to join the pre-market. I'm gonna move to Toronto. I have made my decision. That doesn't move this way.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
but
apparently there's
I,
lots of condos available, so you could probably just lease one for a couple of months, see how it goes.
yeah, I
Yeah,
want to
try
just
it out first.
I, I
go
just don't
my
think
car.
apologies to anybody who's from Toronto. Ottawa and Toronto have a rivalry, but I have never loved Toronto. I just couldn't imagine living there. You might want to try it because I don't know that you would enjoy the city. You'd probably miss your nice runs. There's no like,
It's so
there's no
flat
Stanley
and
Park
it's
to
it's
run
so
in.
dull. It's so dull. I
It's
mean,
I
me and
mean,
my brother
there's
went
lots
up
of
there.
greenery. There's
No,
lots
but
of
it's
green.
just like
You could run
I
up
don't
the
know.
Don Valley maybe somewhere in there, and
Uh,
there's but it's not the same. It's not the
yeah.
same. So
All right, but we love our Toronto traders. But
all
yeah,
right.
living
Oh
there
yeah.
is different. So different story. All right, and NTSK. I am gonna have that on deck. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna have that one on deck. But it can be interesting, Peter. I'm thinking maybe a secondary. Because you are getting a drop here. It's got to get a little bit better. I like down to 20%. I do like the daily. We need more out of it. We do need more, and I'm hoping that we can get it. So again, on the secondary list today, just to come back to it. Maybe it's nothing tradable, but at least I want to make sure we can come back to it and make sure we can do something with it if it's possible. All right, let's do two more, Peter. Then I want to get to your earnings gap down. Then we'll also get Andrew's take on where he's looking at this morning, how he's preparing as we get ready for our market open. Let's take a look at ACXP on deck this morning, up down 14%. Pharmaceutical, 700,000 shares trade. They had a big day yesterday, though. Usually, these pharmaceutical companies don't trade very well. But as far as the daily goes, look at the pop. This thing took off from $3 over to 6. So if this is your type of ticker, my friends, you could have taken a good opportunity on it. Today's gapping down slightly, which you would expect. The last 3 days, all green, 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 green. And today
Yeah.
starting off low, but does not mean the party's over. So clearly, Peter, this is having some good news that's sticking at the moment. The float on this one is 1.3 million, so pretty light, but looking very active so far.
We're getting a debate over Ottawa and Toronto in the
Oh
chat,
boy.
and I agree that Toronto has more activities happening, but it also has more bad stuff. So, you got to take the good with the bad. It just depends on what you want. I personally would stay here 10 times out of 10. But in any event, ACXP, yeah, like 3 days ago, they had a positive drug trial announcement, and that's why it was gapping up. So this is just a natural pullback. The fact that we didn't even notice this, Carlos, as it was gapping up. So I just on the way down, I don't think this is going to be a trade, so I'm going to push past it.
Yeah, it makes sense, man. All right, on the gap up, down, the gap down, Peter. Anything that you like this morning? NVTS is one that was very active yesterday, guys. You guys were trading this one yesterday. We're calling it out. This thing took off, went from an $8 to about almost 11. So very active yesterday. Look at the daily chart here, how big the move was. Hit our scanners after the bell. Got the volume and took off here. Today seems like nothing's happening. Like back to regular business. Pretty quiet on the volume. Only 400,000. 2.7 gap down this morning. So the fun might actually be over on this one, Peter.
Yeah, I think NVTS, like you said, it was in play yesterday. Hit the scanners. I don't think it's a continuation play. The news was fairly light in terms of appointing a new executive and the expectation of more opportunity as a result of that. I don't like it myself. So.
All right, let's go to some earnings on the gap down, Peter. I know you had some stuff there that you wanted to go over.
Absolutely. UiPath, whose ticker is Path. That's on our list. They actually, they beat their numbers in this last reported quarter in the Q4 data. However, their net revenue, their retention number, basically they lost a couple of customers in the quarter, and there's a little concern of their forward-looking guidance and their opportunity. Now, their guidance was on par with expectations, but embedded in that is the fact that they're making up, right? Some of the growth that was hoped to be bonus is now just backfilling some of the lost customers. So Path is gapping down this morning. It's got good volume, 3.7 million shares. And it normally trades fairly well at almost 40 million shares a day. So I'm thinking this is an option. It might go on the list for me just to keep an eye on it, see what it does. I have to admit, I've watched this a number of times and rarely have found a good trading opportunity. Again, nicey stock. Wait for that volume to hit. But it looks okay. Looks okay, the pre-market. We already talked about LI, so they had earnings, and like I said, mixed earnings in the quarter, and their shipment and revenue guidance was lower than analysts had anticipated. So LI, as an electric vehicle manufacturer, is gapping down here this morning. Dollar General also had earnings, DG. Now, they Dollar General beat their numbers in quarter. Again, it's guidance. It's always guidance based. And Carlos, Dollar General announced a dividend, and I'm sort of surprised. I wouldn't have thought this is the stock to have a dividend, but apparently they're issuing a 59-cent dividend. Which I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'd be disappointed. Dollar General, I think I'd want a dollar dividend. Isn't that,
Yeah.
wouldn't that be
That
right?
would that'd
On
be
the Dollar
awesome.
General?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the way they should do it. Anyways, 59 cents is the dividend that they've announced. So that's their quarterly cash dividend for Dollar General, but they are gapping down this morning on their earnings. Last but not least, Carlos, F you to you. So
Yes, one of my
they
favorite tickers.
one of our favorite
Futu.
tickers, just because
Absolutely.
it's fun to say.
Yeah. It's
So
been a while since we haven't had
I know.
Futu on the list here.
I know they haven't given us the opportunity to play with their ticker symbol here. And anyways, look, they beat in quarter. They beat their numbers as always. The little bit of concern on their guidance, but they beat their numbers. So I don't know. I mean, this is one that unfortunately it used to trade much better volume. Because this is one that we used to watch very actively back a couple of years ago. Let's say 2, 3 years
Yeah.
ago, they were much more active at times, and now like they're only trading 1.5 million shares a day. But even going back to pandemic, like they were a good pandemic stock. They were trading tons of volume, big, aggressive movements. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
shame to see some of these fall, right? And Futu's one of those that fell. Go back to 21 and you can sort of see all the fun in action. Yeah, it looks like the
Oh
fun is
yeah,
over.
it was very very active. Ton. Look at the volume spikes here, man. It was
Yeah.
just insane. That was lots of fun. Um, all right, excellent, Peter. As far as earnings, anything
Oh,
else on deck?
you know what? We never did come back to. No, that's it for the earnings that I was focusing on. We never did come back, Carlos. We got so excited with all the earnings stuff. I never did come back to our economic data because we do have the data that did come out, by the way. And thank you in the chat room. I got to give Matt H some credit. He was posting that and reminded me. Remember we said so housing starts, building permits, that stuff came out. The big number that would move the market, if anything was going to, this would be on the economic calendar. There you go. Was really the jobless claims. That's what people tend to watch. The anticipated number is 1.85 million. As you can see there, that was the forecast for continuing claims, and it came out like exactly on target, 1.85 million. So I think that's largely why the market didn't react and why I didn't really notice. Right at 8:30, we got a little bit of a blip, but frankly, it was a lot of nothing. So with that basically not happening, like we mentioned, you can see here the only other data point for today during market hours is the Atlanta Fed, the GDP Now number, which again, because they come out with this every couple of weeks, it really doesn't, or almost every week now. I don't even know how often it is. Feels like it's almost every week. The market is not paying heavy attention to it because it generally comes out to the forecast because it's produced frequently enough. So I think we're going to have a pretty quiet day from the economic data point of view. Keep in mind, like we said, news, right? You got to stay focused and be aware of the news. We've seen the market in the last 2 weeks really start to react to the news. Of course, ever since the war in Iran started, the market's very sensitive to that type of news, whether it's announcements from the White House or it's other news coming out. So just be aware of it, right? We may get nothing and we continue on our merry way, or it could come and interrupt our day to the good or bad. So keep it in mind.
Yep, absolutely. All right, as far as the gap down goes, I think we kind of cover everything. I see CoreWeave and NBIS pulling up here. These guys had NBIS for sure had a very active day yesterday. CoreWeave is another one that is a hit or miss, but also took off at the bell yesterday. Today, not doing a whole lot, very light volume for the most part. Much less than yesterday's pre-market action. Does not mean that it cannot still give you a great day, but today's not looking as exciting as it did yesterday pre-market. So keep an eye on it if you do like it. I'm gonna keep it off my list for now. Peter, the other one that was very active was NBIS. If you guys remember this pre-market, this thing took off. Remind us the news, Peter. It was a NVIDIA, right? Which we'll talk about in a second too. It was
Yeah, we got an image, a slide on that if you have that up there. But
yeah, we do. Yeah.
Keep in mind yesterday, yeah, this was the big news that they had with NVIDIA. And all you have to do is you just have to mention NVIDIA as basically they made a $2 billion investment in Nebius, NBIS, and it moved well. It had some good movement, and it was a lot of people were watching it and were able to take advantage of that move. So yeah, it was pretty good. Yesterday. I mean, the other one that was moving pre-market, just as a reminder for yesterday, Carlos, TSSI. Do you remember that one? We talked about that pre-market. We really weren't sure about it. It was sort of our popcorn stock almost for yesterday. And for me, it set up beautifully and I called this out yesterday morning. This is like just to show the value of this show, guys. I called the trade on TSSI right here in the room, and I remember saying like I didn't quite trust it, but at the high of day, I told you it was giving a reversing signal. And I mean, I nailed it. If I'd just taken that you could have had less than a 20-cent stop to the high of day, and you got a $2 move to the downside. So that's a 10-to-1 return. Go back and check the tapes, but it was right in there. We called that out, and it kept dropping pretty much all day until the close. So I really regret not having taken that one, but at least we identified it, right? So what do we need to do next? Like I say all the time, take the damn trade. Oh, can you see that? I got to put it in front of my body.
Put it in front of yeah, there you go.
Take it out.
There you
There you go.
go.
Take the damn trade, right there. Anyways,
Absolutely. I'm gonna MBIS, going back to that one, Peter. I think I am gonna have this one on deck. I don't know if it's a
Really?
primary or secondary, but I will be watching it. And maybe Nvidia too. But what's your thoughts?
Yeah, NVIS. I don't know. I feel like yesterday was the day, and you know that now it's just old news. But maybe I don't know. It's got 400,000 shares this morning. I mean, that's more than it would normally have at this time of the morning. So I think it's going to be an inside day. If we look at the daily chart in NBIS, you can sort of see where it's trading mid-range to yesterday's price range, and it looks like this is an area of sort of price support where we previously had support around 108. So I don't think it's got a lot of room to move, but you never know, right? It just takes for me to be wrong and this thing to shoot up to 115, and you could have a great trading day on it. So
Yeah, absolutely. All right, friends. I'm gonna add MBIS here, and I'm also gonna put, of course, Nvidia. It's gonna be on my list as well, and we'll see how that's trading in just a second here as we pull it up on the charts. Nvidia at the moment slightly lower, as many of our usual suspects are. We'll go through some of those in a second here, but Nvidia down slightly this morning. It's got the volume though, 3.1 million shares trades. That looks really nice. I'm gonna add that right next to MBIS, but again, we might move MBIS lower depending how things go. All right, Peter, anything else that we got to cover? And then we'll check in with our good buddy Andrew, see how he's doing this morning. We'll get his screen, and he's going to show us a couple of things there. But anything else before we go to him, Peter?
we haven't talked about any of the usuals. Again, almost everything is red on the screen, but you mentioned Tesla earlier, Carlos. Always a good play. Semiconductors, right? Pick whatever one you want. I like NVIDIA as a thing to watch. I think those are good go-tos. We keep them on the list.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Good morning, Andrew. How are you, my friend? Let's check in
Good
and
morning,
see what you're
everybody.
watching today. Yeah.
I am doing great, guys. I don't see much that I actually love. I am probably sticking to my usual suspects. NVDA still stays strong. As you guys know, we sold puts with Brian on that, but because it really held these daily levels. Let me bring my pen here as well. But I'm not really excited about anything today. So obviously, as we said, NVIDIA has found a really nice bottom at around 175. So that gives an area that potentially you can sell, puts short because you're not going to go below 175. And, we sold it a few days ago. It was a really good profitable trade. And now it's kind of sticking in this range. I don't really like it for day trading now because yesterday was a doji and it's kind of stucking around, doesn't gap up or down much, but we'll see how the open really shows for us. Same as Tesla. Tesla tried to break out toward this range and really rejected near 420. Now it is within this range. Again, it seems that we're stuck in this range for the market. Market doesn't have enough reason to go up, and it's really holding up very nicely for the war as well. So we might get this kind of range for a lot of stocks. That doesn't mean that there's no opportunity for day trade, but again, these big breakout moves we might not get for another few weeks or so. So what I'm really looking at, and I'm looking at all of my what usual suspects, I don't really like anything that much. Like even PLTR that is really getting impacted by war because it's more like a military defense sector, is still like really within a small range. It's a little bit better if you want to break below 150 or goes above 156. So things might be a little bit different here, but we'll have to see how it goes. But I really don't have anything right now in my mind. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the usual suspects and see if any one of them are going to give me a really good breakout. Dollar General that had the earnings, so that could be something if it gets good volume. Right now, the volume in the pre-market is not really. I'm not really super excited about the volume on the pre-market for someone that has a big account like me that want to scalp. Like my account is like $11 million, so I need something that has a lot of volume and volatility going in there. But it's one of those days that you can be patient a little bit. It will show up. HIMS, I think I missed the whole trading last couple of days on HIMS. I'm not really familiar with this order flow and price action, but it seems to me that has good volume and it's good price range. So I might actually look at HIMS because it does make some really good moves, but I never really traded that in the last couple of days. So we'll see if that gives something for us. me see if yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. Like we were looking at this stuff. There's a bunch of sort of secondary items that we've been talking about, but nothing that right now I've got sort of a trade set up on. So we'll keep an eye. I think Carlos, you and I, Andrew, right? We just sometimes when you have those days where nothing is like great. I like Path for the downside. I mean, it's down 10%. It's got 4 million shares traded. That looks sort of very weak. I'd love to see a pull back on this right at the open and then a further drop. But it's only $11 stock, so that limits its range as to how much it can move. So
Which
other than
one? The
that,
HIMAX?
path,
HIMAX?
PATH,
PAGH?
PATH,
TH, yeah, path. Oh, yeah. Person.
UiPath. So they had earnings. That's one I like. But other than that, yeah, everything else is.
HIMX, HIMX, HIMAX is also interesting. So that one has a good volume, is up 37% right now. And that could be actually something that is interesting. Again, that's 40%. I don't know exactly. Did you look at it? What's the news? But
No,
that
we
could,
didn't. We didn't look at this. Himax Technologies. Yeah, it does. There's no news on it, so I'm not sure why it's moving this morning.
or maybe it's a short squeeze or not, but the
It could
float
be.
is 174 million shares. So it's not that low float. The volume right now is 5 million shares volume.
Is
It's
it?
good actually. HIMX is nice. So I might
Hmm.
actually consider scalping
I,
this one if it's not it's
I
trading on NASDAQ.
I doubt it's a short squeeze. There's only about 2% a short float on it, so that's pretty low. So yeah, it's whatever's moving. Maybe there's some news that's not yet released. Somebody knows something because this is a semiconductor company out of Taiwan. So yeah, it's moving quite well up. My goodness, quite a bit today. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any news on it either. So it's something that's very interesting right now. Potential supplier for Apple's new smart glasses. Oh, okay. So
Okay. There you go.
that's a good news. Yeah, HIMX is interesting. So again, it has been doesn't seem like a very low float stock. 175 million shares is really good
Yep.
and has a good volume. But we gotta see at the first 5 minutes, see how it's being traded. So it's very important to see the price action at the open. So understanding the price action at the open is very important. Sometimes you don't get any volume at all. Sometimes you just super choppy between 10 cents up and down. So we're looking at it to see. But beside HIMX, Path is gapping down 10%, that 4 million. This one is also interesting. That you mentioned UPAT. That's also interesting for a potential rising level that essentially we are shorting it at the open. So if the market stays strong, if it stays weak at the open, if it comes to the VWAP, one of the strategies that we like to is really shorting it near the volume weighted average price. So, shorting it here and then, for a continuation toward down. It's called rising level. What's the path float? That's also interesting.
It's pretty high. They're I
Lots
don't
of
know
shares
offhand.
short.
Let's find it here. Their float is sitting at 400 million shares. So it's
Oh
good.
yeah, Path is good too. So I like Path and HIMX and HIMS, but I'm gonna also watch my usual suspects as well. So that would be, I think, my watch list. I think that would be super nice.
I'm still amazed at how many shares Tilly's has traded this morning. Doesn't look great though, the price action, but you know, I got my hat. I got my trading hat ready to go.
What's this with hats? You got it in it's your magic hat, right?
It's my
Peter?
it's my Tilly hat because Tilly's the company TLYS traded 18.5 million shares so far this morning on their earnings, and I'm a big fan of their hats. So
All right. Okay, so I changed my camera then. All right. So, what about you guys? Anyone in the chat in YouTube? You guys really get really good ideas. Do you guys have any ideas should we trade? Because I get a lot of really good tips from the chat, either YouTube or inside the community. RCAT, RCAT. So let's take a look at that one. It's up 1.2%.
haven't heard from them in a while.
Red Cat Holdings is gapping up. Doesn't have a lot of volume and not a lot of activity in the pre-market. So So as you see, just popped up with a little bit of volume, but I'm not really 100% sure it's going to be in play.
Yeah, there's a few of those related companies. Obviously, a lot of the drone companies are moving recently. ONDS is
When
another popular one in a chat room that people talk about. I mean, it's already got good volume. I don't love the way it moves, to be honest, but 7.5 million shares so far this morning. Like it's in play. There's no question. But
ONDS is also interesting. Yeah, ONDS actually seems that ONDS is ready for break toward this move higher. ONDS is nice. Obviously, drone and anything related to drone is now big. If the war is gonna last, so it's gonna be whoever have technology over drones, either building it or shooting it down. Um,
well, the more they shoot down, the more they have to build, I guess. So.
yeah, I mean, one side is building, one side is shooting it down. I think there are now laser technologies that they can stop them. So I think that could be a good future. Highly shorted ONDS though. What does it do exactly, ONDS?
I mean, they're a drone company, amongst other things. They basically make a whole bunch of AI driven communication gear and remote devices. So that's about all I know about them.
I know their drones are really working on wireless, communication, GPS, and that type of thing. So
The, well, and a lot of the new drones, they're actually trying to get away from the wireless communications where they can actually have sort of self-guided, where they don't need to communicate externally, because that's one of the ways they've been sort of crashing them, right? Is by confusing their signals. Some of the new stuff they're doing is where I guess where they actually can use sort of their onboard cameras without any external communication and be able to figure out their positioning and have onboard orders so they don't have to have communication back to a central hub, which can get jammed. So, anyways, there's all sorts of drone technologies out there, and I mean, my goodness, it is certainly a growing area of warfare, unfortunately.
that is a great area of warfare. I think it's going to be very important, especially if the war is going to last. And if they don't want to put the troops on the ground, then they have to deal with constant, these drones that they're coming, because I don't think they can stop the production of the drones fully. They eventually find a way to build it inside Iran, no matter how much sanction and how much bombing they're going to have. So they have to just come constantly fighting this back. We'll get to that point that completely they shut it down, but until that point, it's probably a lot of technology needs to be advanced. But here's one thing, Peter, I noticed that if Iran is really getting destroyed and the regime change, we don't have a lot of active enemies in the world anymore. Like, what's gonna do? Who's gonna make bombs and stuff? Because it doesn't seem that there is that much need for a lot of weapons anymore. Because Iran is the main sponsor of a lot of these troubles all around the world. So, what happens to all of these weapons that they're building?
Well, yeah, I'd like to face that problem. Let's get there.
It's
I'd
a
like
good
to see
problem
what
to
goes
have,
on.
huh?
I'd love to just have economic, fights between, Russia and, the Russia-China axis versus the Western world. I'd rather do that than actual warfare. But yeah, I mean, it won't eliminate all conflict. We have to remember the war in Ukraine is still happening. And of course, Africa is often in turmoil that we don't tend to talk about in North America a lot. So there's a lot of that going on too. But you're right. I mean, I would love to see a reduction in hostilities, but in the short term, that doesn't look like our reality.
Yeah, but the nature of the wars are actually changing significantly as well. Like, it's all now these, drones and, cyber attacks and intelligence. Like, intelligence is the war of intelligence. Like, the amount of information that they have, US and Israel and Iran, it's just unbelievable. Like, and the tracking systems that they have, they know who they are, where they are. And that in that level is just unbelievable. And
Yeah,
that's now I see why PLTR is such a powerful companies, because PLTR is providing the systems for all this high data precision tracking.
we may want to look at. I know that you said the usual suspects, Andrew. We may want to keep a close eye on Tesla. We did had some earnings out of some of the Chinese EVs, and Tesla. Elon's having some conversations this morning. It looks like he released a statement about something Micro hard. You gotta love Elon, man. He's not afraid to name things. He's like a 10-year-old kid when he names things. I love it. Anyways, micro hard, Tesla's XAI agent, which is of course now pairing up with his Grok platform and to harden, I guess, the Tesla operating system and driving environment. So the fans can often push a stock when you hear that. They also released some. Sales numbers out of China, and it looks like their sales were up 91%. So that's pretty good. Now that's just for their Shanghai made vehicles. Remember they had sort of a new factory that came online. Can't remember when that came online, a little while ago. But anyways, looks like they're ramping up production there. So it's not overall sales, but any good news, Tesla doesn't need a lot usually to move higher. So might be worth keeping an eye on.
So the market is now setting off. IWM, which is the small caps, are really, down to almost 2%. We are still away from 200 moving average on a daily chart. So this moving average on a daily chart is very important. Usually we get a pullback around them. It's not that unusual to test the 200 moving average on a daily chart. So we're getting there on IWM, which is the small caps. Qs are also close to it, not quite there. So, any pullback toward the 200 moving average is totally normal. There's no crisis or anything. Market is always testing the 200 moving average on a daily chart, time to time, maybe, every couple of years. SPY is also same. So I wouldn't be surprised if market is continue going lower toward this moving average until we get into, some more stability in the world. If Iran war is kind of over, I think probably a few weeks, because the president at the beginning, they said it's a 4 weeks operation. So we are, well into the second week. So we might, continue going lower a little bit. So it's not, but market definitely hasn't panicked. So you don't really see a panic selling or panic volatility. Oil, obviously, you can have the futures of the oil in, your platform and trading terminal as well. So you can see the oil popped up, but really, this was a panic move, and obviously it didn't sustain and came down, and now it's trading around $92. And the countries are releasing a strategic reserve to make sure that the price of the oil would be stable. And I think if they continue releasing the strategic oil reserve, it's going to be for a couple of weeks, enough supply. And the futures of oil is also tricky, because if they people keep buying for speculation, then they can be forced to deliver it. So, it's not one of those things that you can just buy for fun, for speculation. But if you remember in pandemic, the oil prices went negative. Do you remember, Peter, that the oil prices went negative $25? And the reason for that was because if you buy the oil futures and you are forced to deliver this, so you can't just say, oh, I don't want it. No, they are produce it for you. They send the tankers. So the prices are very volatile because you have to be committing to getting it as well. So if you buy it at $115, then you gotta sell it if you don't want it, because then you're at a loss. That was fun time to see oil trades at negative.
It was, I remember, I've talked about this before because it was terrifying for me because it went, I remember when it was like at $2 and I'm like, my God, I should just buy in because it can't go below zero, right? So I figured if I bought in with a good size, then there would only be upside. And I hesitated, and then it went negative overnight. And I'm like, oh my God, like I would have been in a massive margin call if I'd been in that, and I wouldn't have been able to cover it. Because for the amount I was thinking of covering, the margin call would have been a couple $100,000 that I just didn't have on hand. So yeah,
Exactly.
it was terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. It's essentially people were paying you to get, like, I pay you $25 a barrel to take my oil.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So I think, again, it seems like a fairly quiet pre-market, at least for my style of trading. My positions, if I want to be completely upfront with you right now, I'm short Microsoft puts. That means I'm synthetically long 395 and 380 for the end of this week and next week. So hopefully, if Microsoft holds, so we might be able to book some profit on this. Because Microsoft seems that they have found some sort of a bottom 390, 385 around this region. So I'm selling protection, essentially become an insurance on this area. But you never know. The market, if panics and going down, you might get hit. But if Microsoft continues in this small range bound here for the next couple of weeks, it would be a good area to sell puts. All right, so that was great trading pre-market. I'm gonna go over to chat room and have a discussion over there, and I'll come back to you, check you with guys. But I'll stay here. So let's see how it goes.
Sounds good. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, thank you, Andrew. All right, friends, let's get some levels in place. So my list right now: HIMS, Tesla, Oxy, NBIS, and NVIDIA. And then my secondary list, I got some stuff there with some big numbers. LWLG is up 26%. Again, how well this thing is going to trade, I don't know. It's a lower price stock. I have Fly up 17%, which again just trending slowly higher here, and NTSK pulling back a little bit down. But still down 18% this morning. So we'll see. Some big numbers there. I don't think they're going to be really that tradable, but I do like the way the numbers look pre-market. Let's get some levels in place. We'll start with HIMS this morning. We have a high of the pre-market 27.99, and then towards the bottom we do have a 26.93. On the daily, this thing has been very, very active. Can it continue to trade the way it has been? We have 4 million shares traded on this thing, so pretty active for the most part here. Scrolling to the left, let's see what we have in case we do go higher. On HIMS, we do have an area right here, 29.17, so we'll slam one there, and then above that we do have 30.74 on HIMS, so that looks pretty good right there. And then heading down to Tesla, our good buddy, which again has been okay, not great, but okay. I'm going to remove some of the older levels that we have here, and once we do that, we are pretty much stuck between the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days, previous day close. There's so much in here on Tesla this morning, so I'm not going to add too many levels. I'm going to keep it nice and simple. Just going to do the high of the pre-market, which is sitting at 409.29, and the low right now is down at 405.36, so right in this area. So once you do that, I mean, you're covered. Highs and lows are picking up a lot of the areas where you've seen a lot of support and resistance. Like if I make these lines just a little bit darker so you can see how these low, and then here you just got a bunch of stuff with the previous day close. Everything is pretty much covered. The one area that I see that we miss out of going through all those levels is this one here, which is around 411.71, right? So 411.71, if you go back, you got a couple of days here using that as resistance. I think that's worth marking down, and some support on this day over here. So worth noting that there, 411.71. Once you do that, I think you're set on that one. I have Oxy in play, pushing higher as things continue to just get a little bit more uncertain as the war continues. What day is this? 14? Day 14, I can't tell what day it is, but of the war so far. But as things get prolonged, obviously oil and prices continue to go higher. 56.99 is the level on Oxy there, pre-market low. Debt center where the previous day close is, so I'm not going to worry about that. Let's account for this spike over here just in case. It's going to be 56.06, so slammy level there. Towards the bottom, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days there are doing pretty good. In case we do go higher, we have seen, I believe, Oxy do some really fun stuff back in 2021, 2022. If you guys remember, we were watching Oxy, even 2020, and it did trade very well. We're not getting that type of trading right now. It is moving, but it's not as explosive and clean as we have seen this thing trade in the past. So above this 58.47, we have a level over at 59.91. I'm going to slam one there off the weekly. I think it'll be good to have for Oxy. Heading back to NBIS, I don't know how well this thing is going to trade. I think the party might be over. I might end up moving this down, actually. We'll do some levels for it, but I'm not inclined to keep this one here. 108.23 is the high of the pre-market. I'm sorry, the low of the pre-market. The high sitting at 110.70, 110.69 actually. We'll put that one on there. And then once you do that, you're surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. And then last, I'll get to you in a second here why one ticker over the other one, and yeah, we do have an answer for that. NVIDIA, our usual suspects in play this morning. 184.10 is the low of the pre-market. We got some decent volume today. High of the pre-market 185.47, and then again just stuck here, guys, between the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. So we are gapping down almost 1% here, getting a little bit of a pullback right now in the pre-market. And let's see if we can break out of all these levels. Highs and lows got you surrounded So I don't think you really need to add anything else at the moment. So a question in chat was, why pick Oxy over USAO? Usually it's the volume. Usually it's the volume, and trading price action looks much better on Oxy for me personally. A lot of these ETFs are not great intraday trading tickers most of the time. Obviously, today, if you look at USO, it looks amazing. If you look at a lot of the other tickers like XLE, a lot of the energy stuff looks a lot better than what it normally does. But yeah, pick your favorites on these. I normally don't like trading ETFs, but US, I gotta say, USO does look great today. So add it to your list if you like it. I do like the way Oxy trades. So I had a lot of success trading Oxy as an oil play, energy play here. So let's see if that continues. But yeah, Peter, that's what I have. Peter, take us through what our team is watching this morning.
All right, so our moderators in the chat room are putting their list together. I know for my sake, I'm going to be watching the usual with Tesla, NVIDIA, and PLTR. I'm also going to be watching Path and HIMX. It was one that Andrew had mentioned that is actually moving with a ton of volume. And I'm going to keep an eye on Tilly's just because it's fun, but I don't expect much out of it. Mike is going to be watching NVIDIA and Tesla. Gary's taking a look at the oil futures. Jared in the chat room is going to be watching the Magnificent Seven and, of course, oil prices. Eamon's got nothing. He doesn't have anything identified, so he's just going to wait and look at the scanners and see what they give him. Thor is going to be looking at Amazon and Tesla. Megan's got Coin, CoreWeave, and Micron. And Andrew, who was here earlier, he's going to be watching this HIMX I mentioned, HIMS, right? Two very different stocks, Path, NVIDIA, Tesla, and PLTR. I don't see Brian's list. Oh, here it is. Brian just got his list in. He's going to be looking at Tesla, NVIDIA, PLTR, and AMD. So guys, we got just under 3 minutes until the open. Whatever you watch, trade smart. I don't want anybody caught at the open. Who knows where this market's going to go? We got all sorts of conflicting information out there, and it could be interesting. I'm just hoping volume ends up being better than yesterday. So far, it's looking good. Volumes are relatively high. Yesterday, we ended up with pretty low volume. So all we want is more. More. Give me more. Because we can trade better with more volume.
We sure can, friends. All right. Friends, we forgot to tell you how to join because we hopped around a little bit here, which is okay. But you can head over to bearbertrades.com and you can find this elite 50% off for the elite membership. So definitely check that out. It's a great package for you guys. And you can see all of our activities in our dashboard, and our website has tons of information, funded account. You can take a look at all of that. That's all available to you. And you can see Andrew. Oh, look at these deals. These are good. Yeah, check those out.
Oh, look.
And look at these deals. These are nice. They're nice.
And by the way,
funded account.
Don't forget that you can join as a Lambos and Garbage Truck member here in YouTube if you want. I just got a notification that I have another free sticker, Carlos. I've been officially a member for 2 months.
I don't get these notifications. I'm kind of getting upset that I don't get these notifications.
The little dollar sign? Maybe. Yeah, it told me I had a free super chat. No, okay. Well, maybe you don't have a milestone right now.
Come on now. No. I don't have a milestone. What's going on here? I'm not happy.
All right. Well.
All right. Well,
can't all be special like me.
I guess we cannot, friends. A minute to the market open, friends. We're ready to rock and roll here. Let me show you what these guys are, what you get. If you become a member of BBT, here's your access to the chat room, right? So you get access to the members, Andrew and Brian. You can see them trading live here. Here's what the screens look like. They got their charts. They got their Atlas, SPY overall, and their commentary, which is exceptional. Whoa. These guys trade very, very well. I see that. Tesla taking a dive here.
Just made a gap down here. Tesla's dropping. And 1 minute, just a big gap down there. Look at that. And I'm watching Path. I want to see a pullback up to about 11:15. If it can do that, and then I might take it short if we see weakness. I got to get the market Atlas open here so that I can keep an eye on the Atlas. Where's my market Atlas? Here we go. Here's the opening bell.
Friends. There's the ding, ding, ding. Let's see what Tesla is up to.
Yeah. Getting a little bit of the pull up that I'm hoping for. Come on.
Interesting gap down on Tesla. Very interesting.
It happened too fast. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh,
So
look, I
here.
called it. Look at that. That's exactly the move I was looking for, guys, on a
Mm-hmm.
path. It spiked so fast that I couldn't even catch it over 11. I was willing to take it
Yep.
anywhere over 11, and it happened in a matter of seconds right after the open. So it didn't give me that opportunity to enter. And then we got to move to the low of day. I mean, not a huge move, but still, for a 15 to 20 cent risk, would have been a 30-cent move right there. So,
Yep.
and then of course the potential of more. So I've already missed out on that. I don't chase these because the risk to reward gets eroded, or they could do things just like this, right, where they spike right back up. So all right. So that's one opportunity lost. Tesla still looking weak here at the open.
Yeah.
Interesting. Tesla
Selling
had some
down
good
here.
news this morning with
Mm-hmm.
their macro hard issue. Maybe people aren't impressed with Elon's macro hard. Yes, put all your rude puns in there.
Mm. All right, friends. Checking to see what we got here. Looking for 1 minute engulfing or some kind of engulfing pattern. Him seeing some weakness as well. Did drop here. And looking to go lower. I don't have a strategy to chase it here. It could be a 1 minute ORB, but typically not a setup that I like here. But it does look weak. Looks like it's ready to give back some of the gains
Yeah.
over the last couple of days
And
here.
Um, and Tazi, you're not wrong in saying take the damn trade, but in this case, in the path trade, I don't have too much regret on that one. It happened so fast. I was not, I wasn't prepared to take the trade that quickly. Because I wanted to see that price stabilization because you never know how high it's going to spike, right? But instead, it just went up and down in seconds, and I wasn't gonna. I've learned not to take it that quickly because sometimes you can get caught on it. So, as it turns out, it didn't end up being a super strong move downwards, and I would have been out of the trade already had I been in with just a small partial. So, it's okay, right? Sometimes the trade just isn't, it's too fast for me. So, yeah, in this case, it wasn't my hesitation that caused me to not take it. It was just too rapid.
Yep.
So,
Looking at PLTR, yeah, friends, I do see that engulfing kind of building here. Um, I don't like the VWAP here as much, but it is building pretty nice. You can see the pressure here too, still showing a little bit of sell pressure there. So let's see if it can show some weakness. But right now, it just seems like it's bouncing off the VWAP, which I don't love on this one. So let's give it a little bit of time. We can still take, if it comes back down, we can still take it as a 1 minute breakdown, or maybe becomes a 5 minute breakdown a little bit later. But right now, it's not looking like it wants to break. And I think part is too because this VWAP here. And PLTR is tough, right? Because PLTR is so affected by everything going on that it's a stock that wants to go up, I think, more than down, given the way things are. So it's a little bit tougher to trade to the short side
I
here.
agree.
Oxy not getting no volume. Yeah, Oxy is not what it used to be. Let's look at USO. You guys mentioned that one. Yeah, it's not what it used to be. This one's trading much better.
B
Uh,
Carlos,
look
you,
at
you got
that.
to you just go with the meme. Battle.
Battle. What is Battle up to?
Battalion oil.
I
Look,
had it
look
on
at that
my
pop. Yeah.
oh no, I didn't. I had it on my list yesterday, not today, but yeah, they got a good
You
pop
keep you
here.
keep fighting it, but
I'm trying not to trade this thing, man. I'm trying to trade something a little more civilized, but it looks like it's gonna have to be this eventually
something
because
more civilized.
it's just trading well. Oracle. Oracle is a great short. Yeah. So did you guys see what happened after I got out yesterday on Oracle? Did you guys keep watching it? The
No.
short that it went on. Remember, I was short here, got a
Oh
partial,
yeah,
got
yeah.
stopped out, break even,
Yeah.
and then look at the drop, friends. Oh, unbelievable. But
Yeah.
well, it is what it is. Hims looking to go red. Feeling some weakness here on Hims. We'll keep a close eye on Oracle. We're coming up here. Let's see any good 5 minutes. What did PLTR end up doing? I'm adding tickers back. Oh, CC PLTR going the other way actually. Pretty
Yeah.
strong here. NVIDIA did break above the VWAP here. NVIDIA could be a good one, guys. Above the VWAP, 5-minute ORB. We could give this one. Yeah, I'm gonna go in now, guys. 184 is my 184.10, 184.05 is my stop. It's about 70 cents. Long NVIDIA. I'm actually a little bit late to the party, to be honest. The party was over here. Here was the invite on the 5-minute ORB. And I kind of missed it. So yeah, I'm a little late to this party, but let's see if we can still get a good party session here. Good dance on this late arrival. So long, my stop is 184, 184.05, 184.10, right in this area. We'll stop out of it. And then we'll keep an eye on also, I think Oracle was another one. Oracle looks good too, friends. Oracle looks good. Yeah.
Carl, it's like asking a girl to dance at the last song of the night. Eh?
Yeah, after she's been eyeing you all party, and you just decide last minute,
or
she changed her
she's
mind,
been ignoring you, and you finally got the guts to ask her to dance, and
yeah.
Hopefully you're not too late.
Hopefully don't get rejected here. But one thing about getting rejected, there's more sea in the fish. So, I mean, there's more fish in the sea. More fish in the sea. So you can.
I know what you meant.
Continue looking. You don't got to marry this one. It's another one.
No.
It's another one out there for you,
my friend. You got to wait for the next
friend.
dance. Then you miss your opportunity.
Yeah. Let's see. Long NVIDIA. Come on, baby, you can do it.
All right.
And Andrew did
you
take
brought
that
back
long.
some memories. I had a moment of like high school PTSD. I remember standing at those dances, just so nervous.
It was stressful. It was stressful. Wanting
to ask someone to dance, but terrified of being rejected. And
I always
wished I was one of those guys with the confidence. So you just walk up and say, "Hey, you want to dance?" Like now, you know what? Now the funny thing, maybe that's the thing of like getting older. Like I don't really care. I am not. I'm no Clooney here, but I don't care if there was an opportunity and there was a supermodel, Halle Berry was standing there, or anybody, I'd ask them to dance. I don't care. I don't care anymore.
And if they say no, it's your loss. See ya next.
Yeah,
down the line.
Exactly.
If
only we could have that type of confidence, not arrogance, but just confidence in high school.
Yeah.
Oh well.
It's a whole different story. All right, we're not looking so great at NVIDIA, guys. I don't like the way we're just kind of not able to make a new high. This is an important candle here because if it can make a new high, it's just kind of set the tone. Hey, this could be a bounce, and we could drag some buyers with us. But if it starts to do this here and continue to go lower, then it might be time to bail. Even if we don't get to our stop, might just bail out of it. Let's see here. Yeah, I might just get out even earlier. I don't like the way this is setting up. So don't like the way this is setting up. Our stop is 184. Our hard stop 184.10. I'm considering getting out earlier, but technically I should wait to see if the VWAP does something. Technically I should wait for that. Yeah, see, this is not holding.
So Carlos, we're in a group text about a hike. We do a hike every usually on the weekends, but with the ice storm, we're thinking not. Anyways, right after I made the comment about asking Halle Berry to dance, my wife sent a text into the group text that said, "Well, that's a little inappropriate." And I'm like, "Holy shit, is she listening to me? What, did she hear that? I'm in trouble, man." But it wasn't to me. It had nothing to do with what we're talking about.
She was
talking about it. She was responding to something, but the timing was terrifying. Oh my God.
No wonder Peter went quiet for a second. Peter got whiter than he is right now. Oh, Peter got pale.
I was looking up. I'm like, oh my God, what's happening? That was truly terrifying. You guys understand? Anybody? That's
oh my goodness. All right, this thing came and stopped me out right at 184.10, but look at the move back up. So, again, we might take another stab at this. if Peter hopefully doesn't get stabbed by his wife. But yeah, we might get another stab at this
Yeah.
trade if it
No,
gets
she
above the VWAP.
again, she
That's
was
funny.
responding to something totally different. Like it had
Yeah,
nothing to do with what we were talking about here. So that's I'm okay. But man, that was scary for a moment.
timing is timing is funny. All right,
uh,
stopped out of my NVIDIA trade. We couldn't get it going here. But man, I love the way it pushed up above this. Oh, look at the way it's trading.
mm.
Just see it. It's just boom, boom, boom. It's like that is it's not clean. Maybe we'll leave this one alone and find something else. Or maybe we're setting up a breakdown. HIMS, nothing. Tesla, really nothing at the moment. Oxy, nothing. NBIS is getting destroyed here. Well, not destroyed, but it's went right to the new low of the day. So what's going on with NBIS? NVIDIA is trading nicely to the down. Oh, look at the weakness on NVIDIA, guys. This could be good. Oracle, lower. Bad L, looks like it wants to go higher. ATPC. Why did we put this one on here? Oh, it was active in the pre-market. ATPC. ATPC, yeah, it was active, but
Mhm.
it's so garbage right now. Looks like it might want to break out here, but be careful, guys. The stocks are not easy to trade. PLTR rejecting. Just searching to see what else can look great, guys. So, NVIDIA did not give us a pullback for a VWAP breakdown. SPY's selling off a little bit. NBIS. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, guys. So let's be patient. Just one stop, one red trade at the moment. We'll find something. Just gotta wait for it to come here. So we are not seeing anything good right now. Tesla below the VWAP here. Let me know if you guys see something great. Any VWAP breakouts. If you guys see one, call it out. You guys called out a couple of good trades last week and early this week too. So thank you for that. AMD. Yeah, it's just, things are just dropping, man. It's just this overall cloud of weakness that we're getting here. LWLG. Wow, talk about level of resistance here. So it just went flat right around the 687. So can't get above this right now. But look at the push up. It's very nice, and it's not looking to break out of this at the moment. So HIMS, nice drop and sideways. What else? Oh, how about the him with the X? Him max or high max.
Hi Max. Yeah, it's
Yep.
not doing much here so far since the open, so it's not a great. I'm looking at NVIDIA as it broke down below VWAP. It really didn't hold that
Oh
level,
man,
so
it's such a good short. Oh, this is. I wish this here would have happened up here, and we would have been short right in here. And this is our signal. But it's too far off a VWAP for me personally. Because if we were up like at 184.10, first target of low of the day makes perfect sense for that risk to reward. And it looks like it wants it. SPY's helping it. Looks like we might want to go lower today. Let's see if Oracle's at the VWAP as well, trying to hold it. It was a beautiful short yesterday.
J Blah, what are you looking at that you want Atlas on? I've got the Atlas going here for the different stocks.
Oh, I don't have it. I don't have it up.
NVIDIA looks weak, but Path, look at that. Path ended up going higher here this morning, and yeah, Tesla uncertain. NVIDIA, I don't trust it to go down further.
Yeah, such a clean move on NVIDIA though, man. Here it is testing the low of the day. All right, new low right now. Bids are looking lower at the moment. Yeah, it's gonna go. It's gonna go, at least for now. Uh, Nothing that I can get in on right now. Oracle is the only one I like for a possible short towards 163. Um, Oracle short looks good. That's the breakthrough candle there. Let's see the pullback and how it looks going down. I might enter Oracle short, guys. We'll see.
Oracle.
Yeah, I might do this one. Let's see here. Oh, no. I'm gonna go now. I know I'm kind of getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but I'm concerned that we might not get the pullback setup. So I'm short now. Let's see if we get towards that previous day close here. We're seeing some weakness in the SPY too. SPY is dropping nicely. If that can continue, that can definitely help me if it continues to make a new low there. Let's see if Oracle can deliver. Tesla also dropping. It's like we're not getting the pullback near the VWAP. It's all running and then down here. So that messes us up. But there's some weakness coming in here, guys. New low on the SPY, Tesla new low, NVDA new low. I mean, things are feeling weak. Come on, Oracle. Let's make a new low. Let's go red and have a great day. PLTR going good now. PLTR, what is PLTR doing? Oh, PLTR red. Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah, PLTR really did an about face here and had moved red.
Yep.
It's I mean I saw it move, but I didn't think it was going to be that aggressive minute after minute. So, but here you're getting it. Oof. Come on. Oh, come on, Oracle. I thought you were getting the move down in Oracle, but it just popped back up as I was saying
Yeah,
that.
it started going and look at the pop back up here. What do you want to see? You want to see? You want to see? Path. You want to see path on Atlas? Let's take a look. See if Oracle
Have you got?
can stay below the VWAP. Yeah, I'm pulling it up now.
Okay.
Path. To see. Peter, you haven't taken any trades, right? You still looking?
No,
you didn't take
I'm
path.
still just watching. I was watching path, but it said it didn't meet my setup criteria, and it's a good thing I didn't. I mean, look at this thing move higher. I had a short bias on it, so it's recovering now. Oracle's just right there.
Yeah, like it dipped lower here, 164.33, and then it just shot right back up. And if we look at path, what is path up to? Here's path on Atlas. Let's get some of these levels a little bit better. I don't see a great level 2 on path, actually. How is it trading? And that happens sometimes. Sometimes you got stocks that don't, you gotta.
Especially when they don't have a lot of institutional volume, you're not going to see a really good sort of level 2. The Atlas won't have as much.
Path is one of those tickers where there's just not a whole lot taking place. Oracle having a hard time selling down here. I could get out here at break even. If I don't start seeing things develop, I'll just get out here. We can always get back in, but we'd love to see the drop here. I don't like the fact that we're not able to keep making new lows on Oracle. We'll see if Oracle does a drop. It's trading so bad right now. And mainly because it's not going in my direction. I'm sure it was trading. I'm sure it was trading the same before I got in, but now it's trading so bad because it's not dropping the way I want it to.
All right.
That's usually how it goes. Oracle, we got some orders at 164. I'm hoping we can get down there. It's so funny how you can see the price. You clearly see the price difference when you trade something like Oracle and something like NVDA.
Yeah.
On just the flow of the movement, the way the candles form, how kind of choppier this price action is. It's night and day. That's why sometimes those usual suspects are so much easier to trade because you can anticipate the movement a little bit better with the way the candles are building. This one here literally can go any way, and it's going to do it in a very choppy way, which makes it difficult to trade. All right, perfect. See if we can make a new low. We'd love this thing to go red. My target, obviously, I'll probably take some off at 164, 163.75, but previous day close is what I'm hoping that we go test. Even the low of the day at 163.65, which is right here. Let's mark it. Even that would be a great target. Bumble, don't sleep on Bumble. What's going on with Bumble? Bumble is up what? That is the YouTube, right? That's the other YouTube. That's the other YouTube. The YouTube alternative, Bumble, right?
No.
That's where it like YouTube platform. Hold on, Bumble.
Isn't it a dating site?
Oh, I'm confusing it. Never mind. I'm confused. Yeah, it's a
I
dating
think
site.
so, yeah.
So what is the other? Okay, I'm confusing it with another YouTube platform.
I don't know.
Right. My mistake. Yeah, very close. The YouTube platform is Rumble. Rumble.
Rumble.
No, it is.
Oh.
That's what I'm confusing it. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
So Bumble, BMBL, is up 35%. So this is the dating app, up 35% this morning, dropping from the highs, lower price stock. Yeah, it's in play. It's in play. All right, Oracle. Let's do something.
Let's do something.
Yeah, Rumble's like YouTube. Yep, correct. Thank you guys for correcting me. I was just a letter off. It's a big difference.
One letter can make a big difference.
One character can do, my friends. It could throw your whole thing off there. Yeah.
No kidding.
Absolutely. Let's go to Rumble. Let's see how Rumble.com is doing. Who owns Rumble.com? Oh, they're starting to look more like YouTube. You could tell that they're making more changes to look. This looks more like YouTube now. Like it didn't look like this when it's been a while since I came here. But
NVIDIA's back at low of day, as is Tesla. They both look very similar, and they look like the market. So we're getting a lot of common movement here. If you just want Oracle to look the same way, Carlos, it's not cooperating.
I know, man. I know. Does anybody use Rumble? Should we stream on Rumble? Nah. Anybody using Rumble? In chat, do you guys use Rumble or YouTube? That's a good poll. Big Lou. Big Lou is saying, Peter, with the scare that you got, it's throwing off your trading. You can't trade this morning with the scare earlier. Rumble is blocked in many countries. Okay. Oracle cannot get lower. All right. If we cannot break here, I got some options. I can take everything off, make a little bit of money. Oh, never mind. Let's be quiet and let the trade work. Let's be quiet. Let's just let things happen, Carlos. Let things happen. Yes. Two partials here, friends, because this is a very good move. Oh, man. Very nice. Oracle delivers. All right. Let's see if we can go red now. Really nice drop. It didn't look good, though. I was getting ready, Peter, to actually take like everything off here. I was getting ready. I was just going to say that, and then it drops. But I was ready because this candle was green here, and it's just like we keep battling this thing. The likelihood is that I'm going to shoot up above the VWAP, and I'm going to be red in the trade. So, but no, look at this, guys. Nice pop. Right to our low of the day. So 2 partials there, because I think it's a big move. And I'm protecting myself from it just bouncing up from here and going back to VWAP like it can do sometimes. So we just got to take what it gives us. And that's what this gave us at the moment. All right, looking around, see what else is taking place. See what else we have.
Okay, well, you got the drop. Wow, look at the drop on NVIDIA. It's it moved down.
NVIDIA was the trade, guys. NVIDIA was the trade. So nice. Let's see if Oracle can go red here. And how about you guys? Did you guys join any of these trades today? Jets. What is Jets? This is oil. US Global Jets ETF. I'm assuming Jets. Airlines. Really? We got an ETF for airlines? Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
We got ETF for everything. Yeah, I got ETF for everything. Yeah. You're right.
Let's see. I got a transportation. Do I have an airlines? I don't have an air. What's the airline? Oh, airlines. Jets.
Jets. Yeah. Look at that.
I got it here. I got it on my list. I've got a good list of ETFs. Here, actually, if you guys are interested.
I have one, but I did not have Jets, So
here, I'm going to put this on the screen that I'm sharing. Maybe Carlos, so just in case people want to, it's not that big, so you'll have to, maybe you could take a screenshot of it in case anybody wants to see. But here's my list of ETFs that I track. And it's got all the main ones in here. So at least the ones that I tend to watch. So I don't have like the very specific, like commodity specific, like gold and metal. Like I don't have that stuff in here, but I just have metals in general. But yeah, if you just take a screenshot of that, it's been posted now. There you go. But just it's a good list if you ever want to go back and reference what's moving today, what's not moving. So there you go.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Peter. I have a few, but I clearly I'm missing some here.
AMD is dropping here.
Don't tell me Oxy's trading great. Yeah, look at Oxy. That's trading. I mean, it broke out here, but yeah, again, I don't know how I would have traded this. But yeah, it's breaking higher at the moment. All right, waiting to see if Oracle can give us a red move here, green to red, and hoping the weakness continues. My main ETF is UFO space. Hasn't moved much lately. Let's see what else, friends. AMD. Yeah.
I should put that one on there. UFO. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like that one.
That's good.
Oh, what's space ETF? Wonder what's in that. It doesn't really move much, does it?
Yeah, at least the last couple
Procure.
of days, weeks, has not done a whole lot.
Let's see. What are its holdings? MDA Space, Planet Labs, Viasat Rocket Lab, Garmin EchoStar, AST Space Mobile, Sirius, really? Sky Perfect. All right, I'll add it to my list.
Yeah, add it
Why
to the
not?
bunch. PLTR is being called out. Oh yeah, PLTR above the VWAP here. Good. Most of the gold and silver is pretty quiet lately. We're not getting a whole lot of the movement that we did before here, so pretty quiet right now. At PLTR, I'm watching Oracle on the other side, which continues to drop for us here. And let's see if it can go red, which is a couple of cents from going red here. And PLTR, here's pulling back. Let's see if there's a VWAP opportunity. If I do take it, it'll be less shares because this Oracle trade might put us in the green nicely, and I don't want to give a lot back. I know, shouldn't trade like that. You should trade each individual trade on its own. But I just don't trust PLTRs to give us a great move.
Indeed.
Like it's shouldn't trade like that. Should just trade the position. But this choppy market, make you do weird things. I'm not gonna lie. It does. It
There you
like
go. You've gone red, Carlos.
Yep. So it makes you do real things here, weird things.
Did you
Okay,
take a
guys.
partial?
Oh yeah.
Or are
Yeah.
you?
Partial, my friends. No, I'm partialing here.
Okay.
I was a little more patient because I did take two here. That you might not be able to see it, but there's two partials here because how big the move was, and then now another partial here, and then we'll be even more patient now. Let's see the next target, 162.57. So
Good for you.
very, very nice. And PLTR, I'm probably gonna miss this one, guys. But it looks good. It looks like it wants to go. So if you like it, if you saw it early enough, I'm not far. I'm like 20 cents away from the perfect entry. If you took it, yeah, you might get something nice here, guys. So definitely go for it. But I'm just gonna focus on Oracle, because this could be it. This could be the whole move here on the previous day close if we do start moving higher. So I'll focus on this, but PLTR looks good. If you guys like that long, so let me know if you take it. I want to root for you on PLTR. LWLG did make a new high, 740. It just continues to like stall for a second, push higher, stall again. Another push just about 3 minutes ago. And then this one not holding as well. But it is up 40%. It's massive. 154.70 is a key level for PLTR. Opened long from 154.10. Very nice. Allison is in as well. Good. Here it is. Oracle back red. Let's see if we can get our target. So Oracle back in the red, friends. Anyone else short Oracle as well? Hopefully you guys are in on this one. Okay, here it is, guys. We're getting 162.57 will be my next partial on Oracle. Still short Oracle. 2 partials taken. Very nice, Robert. Excellent. Alicia, you're in as well. Good. Still short TSLL. Yes, that was a good one too. That was a good one too. TSLL. Very nice. INTC. We're a couple of, we're literally 20 cents away, 20, 30 from our target here. And what is this, by the way? This is the, looks like a daily level. It's not the low or the high. So how do we mark this? I can't tell how I marked this level here. Was this here from yesterday? How did we just... I'm not sure, but you know what? It doesn't matter.
Wow,
Very
nice
partial.
drop. It's continuing
Yeah.
here, Carlos, on Oracle.
Yeah. Take another partial here. I'm trying to figure out, maybe I got confused. Where did I get this level from? This one, 62.57. Oh, you know what? We didn't do levels. So these are yesterday's levels. I put Oracle on here because you guys called it. I did not have it on my list, actually. There we go. I'm not going crazy. So I did not have this on my list. These levels are all from yesterday. And I kept them, and they're kind of working. So thank you, guys. You guys deliver again on Oracle. Yeah, because I'm looking at the banner, and I don't see the stock on there. So I didn't have the stock. We didn't do levels for it this morning. So I just looked it up when you guys called it. Good stuff, good stuff. NVDA still showing some weakness. This would have been a monster short off the VIP. I know you were also thinking about it, but it didn't look this weak, of course. But that would have been a monster trade towards the low of the day. And then just look at that. Never tests our entry. So hopefully you guys, and some of you guys took NVIDIA short, because this was a much better and quicker trade. Like Oracle is going, but it is taking its time. I don't plan to add to this trade. So if we get to like 164, 163.75, I'm just gonna get all out. If I was looking to add, maybe I'll see what happens, but I'm just gonna get out and just end the trade there. PLTR closed, hit the target. Nice, excellent. Short at TSLL pullback continuing. Very good. NBIS nothing. NVIDIA was short. Was my other idea. Didn't take it, but working well. So Uncle D trades over on X. El Patron. I went short with you. I got out at 163.50. Can you tell me your thought process why you went short there exactly? So we're talking Oracle, right? You went short 160. Oh, you got out 163.50. So right in this area. So here was I was looking for the VWAP breakdown. That was my thought process. I know if you look at it, that does not look like my setup. Usually I wait for the pullback and for it to come back down, then I get in. But the way it was looking weak here, the SPY selling off too as well, I figured, you know what, this isn't probably not going to give me that setup, but I still like it for a short. So still a VWAP breakdown, but not with the trade book that is that clean breakdown, pullback, and continuation, right? And sometimes these work very well, like you're seeing now. Sometimes you look at the price action, you look at the market selling down, you look at the Atlas is looking weak, everything's looking, you know, in your direction. It's okay to take the trade. I mean, I don't recommend that for newer traders. When you're starting out, it's so important to kind of just stick to the trade book. Once you build a little more intuition of the price action and more experience, and then it's okay to kind of say, hey, I've seen this many times before, and yes, it's not the ideal A+ setup I'm looking for, but I've seen it before. It works X% of time, most often than not, right? It's okay to take the trade. And that's kind of what I did here on this VWAP breakdown. So worked pretty nice at the moment. Let's see if it can continue to head lower. But you see here, we're kind of doing a mini, I won't call it a double bottom, but we are seeing some support of 62.57 at the moment, right? Just right below the previous day close. Yeah, it's more like a B level trade. Yep. Like maybe not a cat 1, right? Cat category 2 trade. So but again, those could be very good, right? Those could turn out very, very nice. Hims is not feeling the love today, Peter. Hims is dropping here.
No,
Went red.
it's not.
Um,
It yeah, it went red pretty early, about 15 minutes into the open, and now it's hanging out down here. I'm impressed with your move on Oracle. You had some patience there, but it actually did end up working.
thank you, sir. I do gotta admit, I was getting
convinced.
impatient. Like here
I
in
don't
this
blame you. I
area,
was looking at
I
it
was
going,
like,
I don't
this
know,
is
man.
gonna shoot up.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, man.
exactly.
Yeah, I
But
was close. I was close to getting out of it.
That's why you got to stick to your rules, right? And you did,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I applaud you for that. Meanwhile, NVIDIA did bounce off the low. I was looking for it to hit 182, and I was looking for maybe a reversal, but it didn't quite get there. 182.05 is the low of day, and then
Yep.
it did bounce. Now it pulled back and it's bouncing again, but this is a pretty weak move, so I don't know. I mean, the SPY and the Qs are looking a little stronger, so that could help pull this higher. And Tesla is it looks like it wants to maybe move higher as well, but we've got to wait and see what it's going to do. HIMX, that was one that we were looking at pre-market.
Yeah.
Had a lot of volume. It's got volume, but it hasn't really gone anywhere. And I don't know. I guess my support of Tilly's didn't do the trick, because Tilly's has. I mean, at the open it looked like it was going higher, but now it's sold off a little bit. You gotta remember, this is a $2 stock, so it's you're measuring this in pennies, but it's lost a little bit of ground here. TLYS is that one, in case anybody's looking for it. And Carlos, F you to you. Sold off this morning.
Yeah, how did that do? Let's see. Oh, wow. Yeah, nice sell-off here today. Let's see that there. Newman Neo 8297. Welcome to the Lambos and Garbage Truck family, my friend. Happy to have you here. Thank you for joining. And enjoy all the perks, and also good luck today on the draw when we do our Lambos and Garbage Truck funded account draw. So easy to join, friends. Right on YouTube, just click that join button, gets you in for a chance to win the $50,000 funded account. So you get a chance to win that there, and we would love to have you guys join that and hopefully win and get a payout, right? Get a payout, trade well, and it is possible. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the paywall. I call it the paywall. It's not the name of it, but I like to call it that. And you can head over to Bearwood Traders and see right up here how our funded account members are doing. So we're going to click on this one and just make sure I don't lose track of my Oracle trades, coming slightly above the green. I'm looking at here on the screen.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, keep an eye close to here. And so if you come here, guys, let's see how people are doing. Let's look at the ones that are actually in progress now. So we can click here and put current traders. All right, so here's our top traders. Danya A is still up there, 25K. Deepa K is in here as well, 21,000. Jo, 17,000. Keegan D, 15,000. And Kyle, 13,000. Very nice, guys. So good job there, as you guys are doing well. So sweet. Keep it going. Keep it going. All right. I'm stuck in an open trade that I tried to close 30 minutes ago. Oh, sorry to hear that, man. That's not good. What platform are you having that issue with? It's not good. Um, I never signed up to gamble at
What's
LWLG. All right, see here. Let's see what's taking place on Oracle.
Frank? So, and you're new here. You're new with us. Well, then welcome. You must be if you haven't heard. Or sorry, N Delton. I don't know how to say that properly. N Delton 8. If you don't have the story behind Lambos and garbage trucks, Carlos, you
Yeah,
wanna share some history?
yeah. So it's funny when we created Lambos and Garbage Truck, we didn't even think about the name. We just kind of like, oh, what is this feature on YouTube? So we put Lambos and Garbage Truck because the history of it is that if you guys remember, if you've been here for a while, Andrew used to when he rented an office in Vancouver. Obviously, he went to the office like around 9, I don't know, when you office hours, right? To look at the place, look at the space, and he's like, oh, great, this looks great. He takes the lease for an office. He shows up at trading time, which is very early in the morning, and all we hear every morning is garbage trucks backing up to his office, right? Because the garbage trucks pick up the garbage very early in the morning before anybody goes to work. So every morning when we're trading and he's streaming live, all you hear is this beep beep beep, like the garbage truck's coming in. So that's how we got the garbage truck thing. And then Andrew was like, "Say, you know what? I never understood why people get a Lambo truck. I'm not a car guy. I'm not gonna get a Lambo. What is this? Too much." And like a year or two later, he gets a Lambo. So that's how we created the Lambos and garbage truck history of that name. So it stuck. Again, when we tested out YouTube, it was just like, let's see what this is. We just put that without thinking about it too much, and it's catchy. People like it, so we kept it. We kept it. And then on the other side, we also use it to reference like garbage trays, right? So, garbage truck like garbage trays, and then Lambos would be like a good tray or a good day, right? So that's kind of like the way we do it. So you got your Lambos trucks, you got your garbage trucks. Oh, let's not forget the pigeons. Oh, we've been through everything with Andrew. The pigeons, the cat that used to come into his office through the window, the neighbor's cat. I mean, we we've been through it all. All good, all good. All right, Oracle, let's go. Let's get our own Lambo too. I want a Lambo. Let's do this. Let's see here. See if we can make a new low. Next target on Oracle. I'm thinking
Yeah,
it's just
we're
the whole.
probably a little low. Yeah, pre-market low, like
Yeah,
161. I don't know. I'm thinking 161.30, 40 is a good level to watch.
yeah. It's a good one. 161.40. Yep. Pre-market low 161.40 is the next one. I think we might see something at 162. I don't know. I just feel like it's gonna take so long to get there. But let's see. This is a good 5 minute candle. Look at this sell here. Um. So let's see what comes out of this. Poll with Dorothy. Yeah, it's it's has some history behind it.
All right. I
Yeah,
don't.
it's a lot here.
God, I don't. This makes me doubly upset for yesterday because yesterday I had such premium setups and I didn't take them. And today, Carlos, I feel like I'm ready for them and nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. No, I get it, man. I get it. I get it. I went to Staples yesterday to get
Okay.
a chair, and it's just nothing good out there, man. Nothing. I mean, I sat on every chair they had. It's like this just doesn't seem comfortable. I don't know if you got to break them in or whatever. It's just such a waste of time. I
Not
sat on
today.
every chair that there was there, and it's just like this doesn't make any sense. So, um,
You know, 'cause if you're comparing it to your chair, if you like your chair and it's molded to the shape of your butt, you know, maybe that's
yeah, it's
it's you know, like maybe again, Carlos, red Sharpie, man. It's brand new.
yeah. Well, I stole this one from my wife. So I
Okay.
stole this one from my wife, which from her office, and I put mine to the side, so it looks a little bit better with the background. And actually, I wanted to try it to see if I get a chair with the headrest. I don't never use the headrest. I never lean back and use the headrest. Do you do that? That's not a.
Right. No. Well,
I don't do that.
I'm on
So
a stool, so what do I
yeah,
know?
do I need something big with the headrest? And I'm not doing that. So I figure I might just go with something like that. I honestly think this looks better for the stream without the back and the pillow and all that other stuff. So let me know what you guys think. So, and I sat in a $400 chair. The $400 chair was comfortable, nice support, but the cushion was like not leather. It was like a not mesh or something else. It was like this seems like it's not gonna be comfortable for a couple of hours. So yeah, got to order online. I don't like ordering online. For chairs or it's like ordering a bed online. I'm not ordering a bed online. I want to go lay on it and touch it and feel it, right? I know it's the old school in me, but it is what it is. Gonna have to order one online. I was not trying to do that. All right, we're just hanging out, waiting for Oracle to do something. It looked good here. Now it looks like it's gonna go back up. We don't have enough shares to not not wait. Like we could wait. We could afford to wait. All right. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, sir. Just buy the same chair again. No, Ben, I don't think I want to buy the same chair again. I really like the way this looks. I really like without the back. I like the way it looks. I think that looks good. What do you guys think? Let me know. Big back or regular back? Just get a green chair. You could do that too. Get a. Oh, Peter, did you get? Oh, it's today. You're getting your green screen, right?
Yeah, well, it's supposed to be coming today. So we'll see. Don't have it yet. Actually,
Yeah.
I should check on the delivery with the ice storm going on here. That may
That
be
might
delayed.
change.
It might
Yes.
change, yeah. Let's see if I've got an update here from my friends at again. I ordered that monitor. I was so shocked with that monitor that I ordered that I got it delivered in like I don't know, 5 hours or something. I'm like, I didn't need it in 5 hours, but here it is. So, all right. Anyways, let's see.
Yes. Hi. Yeah, it is. It has been so choppy. A little bit. Duman, I think it's we said hi to you earlier. I'm not sure if you saw it, but welcome to Lambos and Garbage Truck. I know earlier you joined, so good to have you. Not so much. I think there's been some opportunities, man. You look at Nvidia short. Here's another example. Great example, guys. I know we gotta look at both sides of the coin here. So if you look at Nvidia, we went long, got stopped out. Imagine we would decide, so you know what, let's see what happens and hold and wait for it to come back. It never comes back. Like you're gonna be hurting here holding this bag holding this, right? And then the worst part about it is as you're bag holding this and hopefully not doing what I used to do. Oh, maybe this is it. Adding on here, right? Bringing your average even lower, right? And averaging down. What it does now is you don't take the opportunity on this trade, right? By getting rid of that trade, we were able to take refocus and take Oracle for a beautiful short. So, just get out of the trade, free the mental bandwidth to go look for another opportunity that can actually cover the loss that you had in NVIDIA, and then make some, right? So you gotta let go of that. Just get out and find other opportunities. And this happens a lot, especially on the funded account. We see people not wanting to accept the loss, and they end up blowing up their account. So just don't do that. Or you lose so much that yeah, don't do that. Or you lose so much that you get so close to your margin. Your margin of error now is so tight that you got to reduce your size, right? It's to the point that it's going to take a long time to be able to kind of pull away from that threshold, and that's just difficult, right? So again, protect. But look at Oracle. I thought I was going to get stopped out here, and just look at it, just come back. It's trading very interesting. But we are getting into that reversal time frame period. Do you have anything on deck that you like for reversals?
Not yet. No, because I mean, NVIDIA and AMD are both towards the low of day, which is something I watch, but they've got there in a fairly weak fashion. The movement today is downward, but slowly. Like, it's not aggressive, right? Look how casual, if you will, the downward move is. So, yeah, so far nothing. It looks like it might be a slow day now, at least a slow morning. So I'm guessing that I'm probably an hour away from any trade opportunities at this point. We'll wait and see. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up. We appreciate it.
Yeah, let's slam those thumbs up, friends. We're sitting at show 295.
So,
I'm gonna refresh.
Derek's asking you a good question, because this is because I have the same way generally. I don't panic on trades anymore, but maybe you want to give an answer there, Carlos. How do you stay so calm?
How you stay so calm when you are trading, even when the trade's not working? That's a good question, because it was not always like that, right? So I don't want you to think that we started trading and then we just automatically stay calm, right? This is years of trading and getting burned over and over and over again. But I think one of the things is just realizing that, how can I put it nicely, or more clearly? You got to believe in just the stop. That I think that has helped me a lot personally. I believe, like, hey, here's my order. Give you NVIDIA, for example. We stopped out in NVIDIA, right? I went on this trade. I have committed to lose this amount on this trade. Like, that's how much I'm willing to lose, right? And then this amount has to be something that you are comfortable with, right? You got to be comfortable with this. If you're not comfortable with this, this is when you start not being calm, right? You start getting anxious. You start questioning the strategy because you're losing too much. So you got to bring the risk down. Literally, at one point, I was risking $20 right here. That's not going to hurt anybody, $20, right? But you got to be really comfortable with what you're losing. And now I am committed. Like, I'm going in here, I'm losing this, and that's it. We let the trade work out. So when the trade starts doing this, I'm not worried. I know that if it gets here, it's part of the game, and that's it. And when you do this over and over and over again, you start getting a lot more comfortable. Obviously, with a trade book that actually is successful over time, right? So same thing here. On this Oracle one, we went in. Our stop is slightly above the view. I think we had, I don't remember the exact number now, but we had probably 166, I want to say, but slightly above the view app. We're in the trade. This is what we're willing to pay for this trade to see if it's going to work out or not. That's what we're willing to pay. We're willing to pay whatever your R is. You're willing to pay. You stay calm. You don't change anything. You don't do nothing until you hit that R. And if you hit that R, that's just part of the operational cost of trading. Now, things change. As a trader, as candles keep happening, you get more information, right? So here, now I was getting impatient because, okay, we've been in this trade for a while, right? And nothing's happening. So now I start getting impatient, and now I have more data. With the data that I have, does it make sense for me to get out of the trade? And we almost did. Like, right in this candle, when it was taking too long, we almost got out of the trade, or at least took a partial. But as far as staying calm, it's like, here's what we're willing to pay for this trade. Usually when you're risking too much is when you start getting uncomfortable and impatient. So I think make sure you're risking an amount that you're comfortable with, Peter. I think that's what does it for me. How about for you?
I think also knowing, yeah, I mean, everything that you said, I think the thing I would add to it is that you also have to, after having traded for a while, you know that there's just a percentage of trades that aren't going to work. And there's nothing
Hmm.
you can do about it. You can have the perfect setup and it could fail. So
Yep.
I think it's really about taking the trade and saying this is either going to work or it isn't, and
Hmm.
sort of sticking to your plan. Now, I'm really good at that later in the day. I'm still working that in the morning because I don't have faith in my trade setups yet. So, that faith in your trade is really what allows you to sort of be calm because you're like, look, if this one doesn't work, the next one will. So I'm not so worried about it. And that's Carlos, that's
Yep.
what I see in you all the time. You're sort of like, you know what? It's a good setup. I took it. Or sometimes like this one, you're like, look, I'm in a little early. I didn't wait for the
Yeah.
full confirmation, but you still understood what you were looking to do. You knew the risks going in, and you're like, I'm just going to let this play out and let
Yeah.
it work or not. It's easy to say that. It's really hard to actually believe it and embody it.
Hmm.
So I think over time, you just get better at that by having done it multiple times. And the best thing you can do is that's why you practice. That's why you go into simulator. You want to put yourself in those environments where you've got to make these decisions and you can watch it happen over and over again. Again, and it happen whether it works or fails, you just watch the trade evolve. And by doing that, that can help you, sort of manage your way through the odds in the situation. Think about it like professional poker. Again, I love poker analogies because they're very
Hmm.
similar to trading in a lot of ways. But
Yeah.
poker players that are the best players can have a ton of money on the table and they know, right? They just like, I'm playing the odds. This is a good bet. It makes sense. The pot odds are good, but they could have tens of thousands of dollars at risk at any given hand. And you're like, how are you not panicking? Well, in that case, there's also the added effect, of course, that you don't want to panic at the table because that gives
Hmm. Hmm.
tells and signals to your opponents.
Yeah.
Here,
Of
the
course.
market
Yeah.
doesn't care. You could be screaming with your hair on fire, and the market
Yeah.
won't care. But
Yeah.
but it's about, look, I'm playing at, hopefully you're playing the hand in a way that makes sense, and you can't control what the next card is that's going to come out.
Yep.
So, and I think the market's the same way. You got to say, you can't control what's going to happen. The market is going to
Yep.
do what it's going to do. Have I put myself in a reasonable situation? Yes. Okay. Then let's just play it out. Again, it's so easy for me to say this. It is really hard to do. Practice.
Yep.
That's how you
Yep.
get there. Practice.
And something that helped me a lot, guys. I'm gonna show you something that I don't do this anymore. This was years ago. I had a whiteboard. I had a whiteboard on here, and basically, I wanted to track and have it. It was right next to my trading station, and I wanted to track my wins and losses and whether I had a violation or not, right? And I had 20 trades out here. And what this helped me visualize was that this one single trade is not important. So if you start the week off, look, one red trade, no problem. You mark it red, you move on. But what it helped me realize is that you got to look at the bigger picture. You can't get honed into one single trade. And I was doing that before. So this thing allowed me to, I'll get up from my seat, I go over there, I circle red or green, right? And I look at the board saying, okay, we started red, doesn't matter. I still got 20 trades to go. So this whole entire sample set is what matters, right? And you'd be surprised, like even here when I only won 40%, right? The three on the bottom is a violation. When I won 40%, I was still green for the week. So even after one, two, like on this Tuesday here into Wednesday, 1, 2, 3, 4 red trades, right? You can't lose your cool. It's just 4 out of the 20, right? So it's not a big deal. Like don't lose your confidence. Don't get all don't get FOMO and come in the next day and just start trading crazy. It doesn't matter. You gotta look at the big picture. So this exercise helped me a lot to not worry too much about every single trade and just kind of always think about the bigger picture, right? So it's very, very important. So try it out. We even have an Excel sheet on this because it really helps traders to look at the bigger picture. Yeah, I agree, Uncle D trades. It's a very good lesson for newer traders. I mean, it helped me a lot. It really did. So to get up and kind of reset too, like uh, don't get too hung up on what just took place. All right, so and Oracle had a great shot down, and I was looking at him thinking, okay, yeah, we're gonna shoot down to 160, 150, but we didn't. But we're in a good spot. We're in a good spot if we can continue to on this downtrend. So let's see here. Bat L, I just gotta start trading this. Tomorrow I'm gonna come in. Peter, me and you are both gonna go long minute 1.5 on Bat L. We're just gonna go long. And
just
We're just gonna make a
just gonna
boatload
make
of
it
money
happen.
on it. Oh my goodness, it's
Just
actually
complete
moving
like flip
higher.
the coin,
Yeah,
take the
flip the
trade,
coin.
eh? Uh,
I'm sure there's
I don't
people that
know.
trade like that and they're able to make money. I mean, I can't. I tried it. I tried not giving a you know what on my trading. It didn't work.
Yeah.
I tried. You know what? I'm gonna write a book. No, I can't. I don't have that many stories. I'm gonna write a pamphlet. I'm gonna write a pamphlet of all the stupid stuff that I have done that hopefully people can learn from. But there's quite a few. Oh man, it's a lot of pretty funny to think about it now. It wasn't funny then when it was going through it, but it's pretty funny now. Oh my goodness. Oracle, let's see, Oracle. Can we get the drop to 161.50? And NVDA, MBIS at the VWAP. Not a lot of volume though. Oxy, friends. Wow. You guys have not mentioned Oxy. Look at Oxy go. Beautiful. Things not to do. Book title. Yeah, something like that. I agree. Look at this. Oxy doing pretty nice here. It's got to be much easier to write a book now. At least the first part. Just use ChatGPT, right? Just go in there every day and just put in your stories and then ask ChatGPT. Take everything and make it into a book. And it should be able to do that pretty simple. Got to have the professionals look at it though and proofread that thing. But seems like, well, the tools it has to be is your Resilient Trader 24. Welcome to Lambos and Garbage Truck family, my friend. Good to have you. Thank you for being part of the community. I want to make more videos for Lambos and Garbage Truck family. Need you guys to email me. Email me the stuff you want to see on there. But we got to make more videos for you guys. I want to do some more stuff. But need your help. Need your help on what you want to see there. What will help you? Because what I think is going to be helpful is not what might actually be helpful. That's always a tough challenge, right? Knowing what your audience wants. Yeah, it is, because you know what I noticed too, Peter. Like sometimes I want to do a presentation. I do a presentation that's like, I'm not going to talk about that. It's so basic.
Good apple.
And usually those are my best presentations, right. The ones that are like basic stuff, because people, that are learning, they need it. So email me, carlos@bebutress.com. Send me an email what topic you want to see, and we'll create videos ASAP.
Apple's had just a downward day here. You know what? I saw this at the VWAP and I didn't trust the short. Again, what the hell is wrong with me? Anyways, I can't say that I really thought about it as a trade, but of course, in hindsight, looking at Apple.
Yeah, it's nice. Has Apple been trading like this? Let's go back to yesterday. Has it been? Oh, no. Okay, look at yesterday's just nothing burger. Nothing happening. Yeah, I could do the opposite of Andrew's book, right? How not to day trade for a living. That's good. That's good. Yeah, Apple's got a beautiful short, guys. This is real nice. All right, let's go around. See what we got. LWLG. And if we got plenty of likes, we can probably do the funded account now. We'll do it now. Now that our good buddy Resilient Trader has joined.
Let's make it happen then.
Yeah, so let's see how much we have there. But going down the list, LWLG, still just hanging out, 36%. Our secondary list, Fly, did nothing today, went nowhere. MTSK looks dead. Looks like it's just not moving. PLTR up and down, just around the VWAP. 1 minute looks a little bit better. So depending on your strategy, you could have had some opportunities on here. PLTR, Oracle, trying to make a new low here. Our good buddy. Oh, not yet. It's not on yet, guys. It's not on. Let me turn it on. I made the mistake. Could not say funded account. It's kind of like saying to a dog, I seen videos of where you say to the dog, walk or something, and it's like one of their key words that drives them crazy. That's funded account. All right, it is on now. You could do it now. It's on. All right, let's so yeah, NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go lower. NBIS, nothing. Oxy looking really nice. Going higher here, guys. 58.47 is another level we have. Hopefully you're long in that one as we get our funded accounts in place. Let's see who our winner is for today. We'll do that in just a second. And then Tesla. Oh, Tesla, baby. Down, down, down. Look at it go. HIMS. Man, Tesla was good, guys. That is that was, I didn't realize how clean this was.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the depth of the movie. It didn't start well though. It actually started above VWAP, and that I saw it, earlier, of course, at the lows. It's always easy in hindsight to look at a trade and say, "Oh, look at that, it looks beautiful," right?
Yeah.
But I know at the time when I was looking at it, I was like, I don't believe it.
Yeah, it's actually pretty clean. I'm hoping on this down pressure can get us to 161.50, 161.40 on Oracle, but we'll see. All right, friends, let's take a look at who our winner is going to be today, and I'll send you guys code later today. Here we are. Okay, let's see. 93 entries. Also, friends, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. It does help out the channel a ton, and that's the only reason we ask. And you're just like me. I forget to hit the button. I just hit it now myself. So if we can kindly bother you to do that, it again, we wouldn't be asking if it doesn't help the show a ton, and if you wouldn't forget like I do. So thank you so much, guys. We really appreciate it. Here's the funded account. The winner for today is going to be 3, 2, 1. Let's see. Can we get one more person in? 115. There it is. We almost left you out. 116 is it? It's going to be Ian Carson. Wow, look at you. I know you've been trying to win for a while, man.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, good buddy. Ian Carson. Ian. Is Ian or Ian? Probably Ian. It's probably Ian.
Probably Ian.
When you email me, you let me know. Carlos at bearwithchairs.com. Congrats, my friend. He's on every morning, nice and early. And he got the win today. So congratulations. All right. Awesome. There it is, guys. Someone that sometimes some people that win are like, they're quiet in the background and like, oh, it's not a person. Everybody's a person. Trust me. You guys see the great emails you guys sent me. Thanking us, me and Peter for the show, thanking Bear with Chairs, thanking Andrew. Everybody's a person. It's nice to hear their stories. I get all the stories. It's nice. So feel free to include anything you want on there. I love hearing from you guys.
NVIDIA hit a new low and then just bounced.
Yeah. Yep.
Carlos, this Oracle, you can hang in there. You who knows? You could be in this all day if you wanted.
I know.
Do you use range orders? Do you ever put anything on auto manage?
Oh yeah. If I'm gonna walk out on this one specifically, I could put a range order on it, and I probably will. I'm probably gonna see, because again, we have a very nice I have a lot of cushion right now on Oracle. So yeah, we'll probably put a range order and just let it play out. Thor's gonna be coming up next in a few minutes, so I'll still be around, but I'm probably gonna go take a break. So I'll probably put a range order to protect ourselves. What I wish I could do, Peter, is and I don't know if I think Thinkorswim kind of does this, is put a range order that updates the stop. Right, like for example, like I said, I want to take a partial here at 161.40, which is what I'm going to do if we get down here. Even though I don't have a lot of shares, I still want to take a partial, right? And keep going lower. I would love to have, like, let's say we had 100 shares left. I would love to have a partial here of 50 shares, right? Just for easy math. But the stop of 100. You see what I'm saying? And then if this 50 gets filled in, then this stop updates to 50. It doesn't do that. From my experience, the range order, what it'll do, it will keep the, actually it won't do that because the range order is the same amount. So yeah, it's I would love to do something like that. And then have another 50 like at 160 or something, right? Thinkorswim has that. I know that because I use it for swing trades. But and it updates the stop, which is nice, but DAS does not have that. So
Oh no, I just put in completely separate orders, like you say. You break if you've got 100 shares.
Yes,
I break it into whatever you want, right? 50 or 25, 4 different 25 share orders, and they all might stop at the same spot for the stop loss, but then your targets are different on each one.
Mike just said that. I'm like, you just need to do one more range order, and I'm thinking like, what is he talking about? Now I get it, Mike. Yes, do 50 each. Oh, yeah. I did not think about that. All right, a little more manual, but it's doable.
Yeah, that's
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, that's what I do. I just put in a whole bunch.
Morning. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense.
How are you doing, sir?
Hello.
Good, brother. How are you?
To tame oil price.
How was your morning there, Andrew?
My morning was not good. I lost money, but trying to recover right now on a reversal on NVDA that we did with Brian. So we took a reversal on NVDA. You guys can see actually my screen as well. We did a good trade on PLTR at the open, but I got stopped out later on it. So
again, the Trump administration said
I think Carlos, maybe you cropped me a little bit too much on
crude dropping on
YouTube. So for my screen,
you've got our the guy in the background there. We can.
Oh yeah, the
Benzinga dude. Yeah.
So at the open, we traded PLTR, which was really nice for the breakout. It really never got to 156. So that was the first trade that we did. And then later it came back up. We went long again and we got a stop out. So I gave all the profit back on it, unfortunately. I was really hoping to get to 156 because the Atlas was really clean at 156. Then later I traded the ONDS, this drone company, for a break toward 1050. But, we got to stop out on it. So we lost money on that. And then NVDA was a trade that we tried to catch a reversal at 182 is the bottoming area that you see. But, it gave me a little bit of a hard time because I traded to NVDA. So I went stopped at once, but then I went again. So I'm still in there. So I made the losses back, but doesn't seem that market is ready to break out. So there was some news came quickly right now, a few minutes ago, that the president said, we're lowering the price of the oil no matter what. So we did pop up, but it really didn't hold. Spice, as you see here, this pop was the news from the president, but it wasn't really holding up. Looks like the market is now bouncing back. Yeah, so sure, just stopping out the rest of the NVDA that we had. So we did a quick bounce on it, but it's not really getting any breakthrough. Market doesn't seem that it has much of a momentum to any upside. One trade that I really want to trade is Tesla at S4. So as you see, Tesla is coming down to S4 and the order is at 395. So there's a big order on Market Atlas, you guys can see. So this one maybe could be a reversal at S4, depending on what's going to happen here. As of now, it seems that the market is super, sensitive toward any news about the war. So as soon as any news that comes up, it makes a quick pop and dump. I know, Carlos, you did a great short on Oracle today. That was great. A couple of people in the chat room also did really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, Oracle was good right below the VWAP, some good weakness. So might go lower too. Like it's showing like it might want to go to 160, 150. So we'll see.
Yeah, amazing. Well, you're doing a great job, guys. Give Peter and Carlos a like for doing the great job that they're doing. Hang in there. I'm gonna move to Toronto, guys. I'm gonna move into the East. So hang in there. Help is coming. Help is on its way. Help is on its way. Coming. All right, Tesla broke the 395. Peter is super sharp. Peter, excited for Egypt?
I am actually very much so. It's
It's
I think it's going to be a fantastic trip, and you
the
know,
last
hopefully everything should work, and we don't get blown up with a missile.
no.
No, it's not gonna happen,
You
man.
know, like
Not gonna
as I was
happen.
saying, I don't think I did this with you, Andrew, but as I was telling my wife, I was doing the math, and the reality is, you think it's close because it feels it's regionally close, but the distance from Cairo to the nearest border of Iran is about 1,480 kilometers.
Yeah.
That's a long way. The distance from Paris to the nearest border of Ukraine is 1,450 kilometers. So technically, in Paris, you're closer to a war zone than you actually are in Cairo, Egypt. Like it's a big space. Saudi Arabia is a big country. You got the Red Sea between you. Like, admittedly, Israel is a little closer, but it's still like 500 kilometers away.
Yeah.
You know, Egypt is famously neutral. They don't have any bases. They're not engaged in the conflict. So yeah, I mean it's one of those where the concern is sort of natural when you first think about it, but if you really sort of go through the actual facts, it's not in the conflict, nor is there any expectation that you would be at any risk.
Exactly. Somebody does their go homework. Nice.
Yeah, I have to. Well, because frankly, it's not me that I have to convince. It's my wife I have to convince. Because going with my daughter, she's very nervous about that. So, but it's you got to sort of do what you need to, right, to make sure everybody's comfortable.
Yeah, nice. No, Egypt, I don't think Iran is actually having any missiles capable of reaching even to Egypt in that area. And the
Yeah, I
drones
mean,
shorter.
technically they could, I think, from what I understand, but why would they? Like, there'd be no benefit to them, and they've got other targets they need to focus on. Like, there's no reason why they would, because
And
that would
if,
actually bring Egypt into the war, which is not, it wouldn't benefit anybody.
yeah,
So,
and if they want to hit Americans, they probably can hit them more in, near Persian Gulf rather than just sending to North Africa.
right,
Yeah,
right.
no, definitely, definitely is unfortunately this is the situation, but we gotta live with that. We just take the precaution. And again, we go to all the museums and all the tourist area. We're not near any area that might be a target. So that is a good stuff going on. So, Carlos, did you do the giveaway for a Funder account?
Yeah, we did. We did. We had our good buddy Ian Carson, was always in chat early, win today. So
So
congrats.
how's the leaderboard on the Funder account? So let's go to see who's up. So if you go full screen for me, you can actually see that. So, we have Dania is going up. And then we have another one. Josh is also, oh no, Josh not. Deepa and Jay, they're in progress and they're doing really good. So, you can actually go in the leaderboard and you can see that in real time and you can actually see their trades as well. So, if I can put this one here for you guys, you can actually go and see the trades and get the $10,000. So you can actually go and choose between the last 30 days or current traders to see if he can teach you to become the really good trader.
All right, Tesla, it's getting
Let's
down to
see
your
the
level
Tesla.
there,
Oh,
Andrew.
I know. Let's go a little bit lower. I'm gonna buy it. Just because you mentioned that, I'm gonna get a long some here, 395.40. Might test this S4 again, but we'll see. NVDA is holding the bottom. Let's see if Tesla holds this level S4. I'm long at 395, so let's see if you can hold it and get a bounce. Peter, what do you think is going to happen to the war?
Uh, that's a good question. I think it's going to drag on for another month at least.
Mhm.
I think that I think it's going to get messy. What worries me most is Iran's connections to Russia and China and what they're learning about U.S. defenses and attack methodologies and what China may use this information for. So I think that eventually they'll be subdued because I mean the U.S. Trump is not going to give up. He's just going to keep throwing everything he can at it. So he can't afford not to win this. And Israel, of course, doesn't want to back down either. So it's just going to get messy.
Do you think if the regime change happens, you're going to go to Iran with me and do a retreat?
That 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 would be a long time away, I think. There'd have to be, yes, a good solid regime change and I can't picture what stability would look like in Iran. I'd love to visit it someday, but I don't think it's going to be in this calendar year.
Absolutely nice.
I,
Yeah, I still have my family in Iran. They're safe. They
that's
moved
good.
to an area that isn't there. There's not much bombing going on.
They say that yeah, like a couple million people are being displaced because of this. That's your family is not?
Yeah, this place not as a refugee, but this place that usually toward the end of winter, when it's our New Year in March, a lot of people are going to the north part, which was more resort next to Caspian Sea, just for 2 weeks because it's our Christmas time, kind of. So this year I started a bit earlier, so a lot of people in my family they have villas next to the water, so they go there. But it's not displaced in a way that their refuge or their home got destroyed or anything. So a lot of people are moving out just for vacation.
Right.
All right, Tesla is trying to hold this level. SPY is trying to hold this level. I'm long Tesla. See what's going to happen. Maybe I'm a little bit early in Tesla reversal, but we'll see. All right, Tesla is trying to pop up. All right, there you go. It's popping up.
Gonna take Tesla here, eh? It could pop up.
It's trying to find the bottom. I see Thor is coming on air. How are you doing, brother?
Hey, not doing too bad, my brother. The I was feeling a little bearish on the market today, so managed to get short on NQ about, I don't know, about 10 minutes into the open and got a really nice move on that one today. So I was pretty happy with it.
Today apparently was a day that you could fade the market nicely.
Yeah, I did pretty good. I got one on YM too. That one I got not as much profit on that one because I got a bit squeezed on it when the announcements about the US declaring victory over something. I don't know. We just like to declare things.
Hey, Thor,
Uh,
is there YM has tickers on the market atlas like ES and NQ?
I'm not sure if YM is on. I'll have to double check that one. I know RTY, ES, and NQ are ones I'm regularly
So
using.
the main three ones are ES, NQ, and RTY, yes? On
Yep. And then YM is like Dow Jones Industrial, basically. So like if you like to trade DIA, YM is the future for that.
but do you have the depth of market on it on the book map? Because the Atlas doesn't have the YM, or maybe there's a different ticker for it.
Um, I don't know if I have it on the other one because I don't have a subscription to that anymore. So because I didn't need it.
Because I was looking at it. Maybe we have it. Maybe it's a different ticker than YM. But all right. So Thor is great there. It's a great sign you have in the back on air. I see that there's a nice sign you put in there.
Hey, I'm trying to be, bougie, at least as I can be, but
That's the way it should be. Excellent. Yeah, I love
having
that.
fun. It's
All right,
always a
guys.
good
So
time.
holding this Tesla a little bit to see what's going to happen. If it bounces to 397, then I start selling. So that would be nice. But overall, it looks like that today was not a great trading day for me. But tomorrow we're going to see much better. So, are you having your mentorship session tonight as well?
Absolutely. Tonight at 8 p.m. Every Thursday right now at 8 p.m. for Bear Bull Traders Elite members, we have Thursday night mentoring where you basically can come hang out with me for an hour when we're not trading, informal session, ask me anything you want and we will talk about it. No subject matters. We'll bridge anything you want to discuss.
Can we get life advice from you as well?
Absolutely. Although my trading advice is guaranteed to make you better, my life advice may not be.
Enough. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Handing it over to our main man, Thor here. Thanks, Peter. Great job trading. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Have a
God
good
bless.
one, Thor.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Always awesome watching. I remember when Peter like just didn't like trading like at all. And now no, I'm kidding. He's always liked trading. But I mean, seeing him really like doing the live trades the way he's like nailing these positions these days, it's fun because we get to all kind of evolve as we're going through this whole thing. So make sure you're liking, sharing, and putting lots of Peter emojis in today. So that and as Peter being the founding member of Ball Brothers Trading. I think it's very important to recognize him for everything that he brings to the table.
BBT forever.
That's right, BBT forever, baby. Ball Brothers Trading. Speaking of Ball Brothers Trading, you guys should be checking out Jared's Engineering in the Markets that he's doing a little bit more in the opening session in the room. Like, wow, I mean, the Ball Brothers are taking over right now. It's a good time. Awesome. Oh man. So, all right, let me show everybody my trades. I think I'm still on a black screen, so let me stop my share and restart my share because this is a thing that happens with switching over while using this little situation we've got here. All right, I think that should do it. All right, so I took a few trades today, which is pretty fun, and I want to talk to you about each of them first. So first off, it's Thursday, so good to see everybody. One of my favorite days of the week, and the market decided to be nice to me. So my first trade of the day was actually on NQ, and this was a beautifully called S4 short. So as we started with an opening stuff, we then squeezed back up. And when we squeezed up, we had almost no buying, really, really light buying. For such a big move, there should have been a lot more buying. So I loved the idea of this being a short. We also sold from here just earlier. So it looked like a good spot for more selling. So when I saw a couple wicks and an indecision break, I mean, I was in. Right. So I went, this is an S4 to S6. So I went ahead and went from level to level. And as you can see, a lot of potential today in this one, but this was more than enough to make me happy on this one. Also, I am in my what I call my small account challenge that I'm doing right now. So for anyone who's interested in kind of keeping up with my small account challenge, I also took this trade in my IBKR smaller my newer IBKR account. So you can and that one, so you can see this says Interactive Brokers Live. And why this is important, and I want to show you all this, is I want you to show, and I probably should find a way to obscure my actual account number, but whatever. There's not that much money in it. But you can see here, I only have 4,000, a little under 5,000 dollars worth of liquidation starting today, right? My net is not very high. So I wanted to show you that with only with a $4,000 account, I want to show you that with good risk management, I risked about $75 on this trade to make $250, right? Going from S4 to S6, right? So this is when I talk about trading futures and talking about like the benefits of trading futures and how you can actually make some pretty decent money with even a relatively small account. This is a really nice example of that. So my idea for the small account challenge is I'm trying to grow this small account. It started out with right around actually a little under 4 grand in it. I put just enough in it so that I could take one micro of ES or NQ or 2K. So I made sure it was an account where I was as disadvantaged as possible, and I went ahead and get that. But I'm really happy and proud of this nice little trade. The hold, the exit. I mean the exit is right there. I mean it's absolutely fun. So nice, JC. So one of the other reasons I'm doing the small account challenge is really just to kind of bring myself to kind of like to I've noticed as I've started trading bigger, I'm getting less and less happy with the earnings that I'm making. Isn't that weird? So for me, I really like this challenge too because it gives me it allows me to ground myself again, back in the real world, you know what I mean, risk wise. And it also gives me some much needed dopamine, right? So one of the issues that the bigger trading does too is you kind of burn out, right? I kind of burn out the analogy I have here is like cliff diving. Like you cliff dive off a 10-foot cliff. If you do that like 10 times, you're kind of over it. So what makes it more exciting is the higher the cliff, the higher the cliff. But at some point, you're so high on the cliff, you know what I mean? You're like, okay, like this is like not a good idea anymore. And then you kind of change the experience and say, hey, I'm going to start lower again, but now I'm going to start doing it lower, but I'm going to try and make sure I have a certain form while I do it at each level and then practice that, right? So it kind of allows you a little bit of a different perspective and you can kind of make something that wasn't as exciting again. So I'm thinking about requesting futures trading in IBKR. Yeah, absolutely. So Richard, I can show you right here. So right now, the amount now you have to make sure that to get approved for. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. I'm literally showing this right now. Mm. Okay, good. I thought it was gonna make me like reauthorize myself to get in. Um, so you can see, oh look, it refreshed my net liquid. Hey, I didn't realize it. Look, everybody, this is so fun. So I started this account with 4 grand, and in 1 week, I just started it at the beginning of the week. So with only 4 grand in it, I've already put over 1 grand in that account in 1 week. Fun, right? Dopamine. Right? That's good stuff. Let's see here. Oh, if I log in, it'll kick me out. Right? So it's a again, I had 4 grand in here. I'm risking a maximum of $100. So this trade that I got 250 on was 75. So, and I'm going for like 2 or 3 R per trade, maybe a little more if I get more. But this was about a 3.5 R hit to the level to level. Yeah, maybe around 2%. That sounds about right. So you could go a little smaller, you know what I mean? Like with the ESs, you don't have to do as bad, but that's awesome. Look at that. It is a margin account, absolutely. Excellent. All right. See, dopamine. So now what I can do is I can look at this. So my goal or what I want to do is I want to turn this account into a $100,000 account. And I'm hoping you all will be with me while I do it. So I'm not going to trade in it every day, just when I get good setups. And, and we can keep an eye on this and kind of see how this process goes. Because I want all of you to be able to see that, it's good stuff. You know what I mean? And to see the process as we go through. But I want you to see that with just taking one contract, this is one contract, one trade, right? One contract, one trade, good to go, right? I know YM, I'm not happy with YM right now. It kind of upset me a little. Hold on, let me get this one back. Right? YM was so I did the same thing on NQ. So now on NQ, I'm up a really good amount of money, right? This is my money. This is an Interactive Brokers Live account. I also have another Interactive Brokers Live account in it that I trade with that I utilize that I'm copying into. And that has a significantly larger amount of money. A large enough amount of money in it that I'm not going to show you how much money there is on camera because I don't want you to know. Sorry, I'm the exact opposite. I am not looking for any notoriety or followings or anything like that based upon the amount of money that I have in my account because that actually can be quite disingenuous anyway. So I don't want to do that, but I'd rather show you just really good stuff. So this, however, this one is my personal trade of it account, right? So, but I also have funded ones of that. Crude's really interesting hanging out here. Crude had a really big sell with that news and then recovered. But crude could be very interesting to see what it does here. I think crude could end up being a pretty nasty short today. So, IRS, that's funny. Why are you saying that acronym on here? Don't tell the uncle. Jesus. So we got that. So let's go ahead and get rid of these here. We're gonna go ahead and take these and put these over here. And then we'll do questions. YM, man, I'm so upset at YM right now. I had a beautiful short on YM, which I showed you at the beginning. Short right here off the level, all the way down. I cut it when it came back through the 20 and then broke up. Came right back up almost to where my entry was, and then has now sold the entire range all the way back down. I'm glad I got out when I did, but geez, rude, but a good play. Cam question. Today I saw a lot of tickers with a big difference in the R3 to R4 cams and without pre-post market. Which one of the days do you use in this? So you can actually see that. Let me bring NQ up. I'll show you how I do it. So today there actually wasn't a NQ, there wasn't a big difference between the two. Or maybe there was, we just didn't use it. Hold on. No, we were definitely outside. Hold on, let me load cues. Yeah, it was a news candle. I don't see a lot of recalculating. So we would have been, so we're using ETH data right now. So you can see right here, I'm using ETH, right? And that is because we opened outside the previous day's high and low. We're going to use the ETH data today. So we use the RTH data if we're inside the previous day's highs and lows. As soon as we go outside of the previous day's highs and lows, we start looking for the pre-market and the post-market to see if we can get any additional information on where our value is coming from. Where do I think ES is going to end up today? I mean, not much lower than this. Just futures, NQ, just index futures right now. I would say we're probably about maxed out on our downside right now. So we can maybe go down to ATR low, and it's a narrow range, so we could deviate. But I don't have a lot of significant levels underneath here. So it'll be, well, we're going to go higher time frame here in a little bit if this gets much lower. So I think statistically, we're probably more likely to get hung up here, squeeze back in, and probably just close somewhere around S6. But we may sweep lower first, then come back up. But we're kind of about as far as we can really go without really falling off a cliff. So this is what I kind of mean by that. So you can kind of see like here, you can see we gapped here and then sold down and then bought, right? So notice how there's a wick here and then a lower wick here, and that lower wick comes right around the top of that gap candle. See how we gap and we're coming in right there? That's where we open, that's our high. And then we went down and closed. So if you mark that level right there off that top and then come back over, you'll see kind of what's going on. See where we're at? So these levels are created by orders, right? On the order book, right? So where this gapped and then sold off of a, and then came up and tested, there had to have been a big order here. And then they bought through that order. And then now they're coming back into that order. So there was a whole lot of buying that happened at this level. So if we're gonna sell, we're gonna have to drive through, and that buying came from a lot lower than this. So basically, what's happening right now is anyone who bought on this part of the day, the second half of the day, these folks are underwater right now, and they're getting stopped out. Right? Now, this candle is a much different candle, right? We opened low and closed here. So we did a whole lot of buying on this day, but we got that buying in from much lower. Right? So these participants down here are going to be significantly more strong-handed than the participants off of this candle. Right? So that's why this low right here is going to be important. So now if you kind of pair that off again, you can kind of see where we're at. We're going to have trouble to go lower. We're going to need a lot more sellers to fill these bids, and we're going to have trouble finding sellers because of how we bought that candle. But right now we're under the order, and everything's still selling. So until otherwise seen, I just keep doing what we're doing. But I wouldn't expect it to go much lower than this. Oof. Go crude, go. As long as the market is going down, crude is going to go up, right? So crude is walking right up the 20 EMA. It lost the 20 EMA there with a big sell. That was a fake out with the news, right? So when the news came out, which I believe was like basically like a tweet, basically saying that this is the the U.S., we win, which is something we do. Sometimes we just like to say things. So we say we win, right? And then what happens is somebody on the institutional side of the on the likely it could even be a floor trader, someone on the institutional side here said, you know what, 95.50 is good enough. And with that news, um, that news made somebody say, all right, good enough. Right. So they went ahead and sold, and they sold, quite a few contracts of crude. You're talking almost 5,000 contracts of crude got sold there in one big hit. But those contracts were absorbed. Somebody bought them, and now we're offering up higher. One thing to pay attention to is the volume, right? When we sold, look how much selling that was. And there is such a thing as too much selling, right? So we actually overclocked our downtick, right? We moved so far, so fast to the downside, we had to offer a better value to get more sellers to sell. And that's why we started squeezing, right? And anybody who's shorted, what happens is a lot of people in retail, as soon as you see that big sell, that it pulls up and they start shorting the weakness. But then it squeezes above, and as they squeeze above, they start stopping out. And this allows us to kind of go into these fairly weak rallies because basically anyone who just hopped in off of the sell, and crude's got a lot of retail eyes on it right now. So that's happening. Huh. He likes to say things. Yeah, so true. Um, so I like for swinging futures, I'm more interested in the commodities futures for that. I find the index futures can be difficult to swing, um, uh, but they have been quite directional actually when they do. So that is a true story. All right, so I want you guys to watch this. This is going to be fun. Notice how we have reached ATR low on SPY, right? ATR low is a very, very easy to find and very widely used indicator across the market. If you want a really easy indicator that you can mine for good buying and selling detectors, our adaptive ATR limits is an amazing indicator, right? So basically there is an algorithm that is very highly used, and it is an ATR low or an ATR, we call it the ATR algorithm. And basically what happens is anytime the market gets to ATR low, anytime the market gets to ATR low, this algorithm is going to buy. It happens every time, right? And if we're in an area of discount, this buying will often be enough to trigger the CAM algo to start pushing, right? So because remember, the market makers are going to move when we get volume, right? The ATR low algorithm will create volume, right? So look right there on SPY. What am I saying? Look at that. Look at the drive in there, and now look at the response. Pow. What did I say? I wanted you guys to see something, right? Not that this is a big reversal here. I just wanted to show you how the ATR algorithm works. So now that we've bought off of ATR low, anytime this algorithm is offered ATR low, it's going to want to buy. And it's going to sell when it gets to ATR high, which is way up here. Now, are we going to get to ATR high today? Probably not. So what will happen is the algorithm will hold overnight, and then tomorrow, if it hits the ATR high, it will sell. If it comes back to the ATR low tomorrow, it will buy more. And then rinse, wash, repeat until it finally hits an ATR high and then sells. Right? This is a driving algorithm in the market. So if you're looking for a really good level that you can play, average true range, that is correct. So what we are using is we are using the session high and the session low, and we are projecting a 14-day average on the ATR. So we measure session high to session low across the last 14 days, which is the industry standard, and then we project that out for you. Look at that. I mean, come on. That's beautiful. Jeez. Heart attack. Thank you. I really gotta put that on mute. Maybe a little bit. I mean, PDC is definitely the king of all levels statistically. So, I mean, it's always one of my favorite levels. We kiss the king more than we don't. I don't, Samim. I don't make a decision. So I have a Camarilla system, right? If you look at the indexes, this system that I use is actually coded into my trading view. So you'll notice here there was no short call on ES today because we didn't make it high enough. The short call happened on NQ, not on ES. Right? So I played NQ because that was the call. And I played it to S6 because it's a S4 breakdown. So that's what I like. So I then played YM later, right? Because YM had a call. I went out of YM when it broke the 20 and then made and then broke up again. I went out and still made some money on it, thankfully. Right? It offered the level again and then sold. I could have tried it again, I guess, but I was kind of burned out at that point. So I really don't make decisions about it. I let the system do it, if that makes sense. Woof. I still think YM can run out its ATR low today. I also have a 4-hour support line, which I use to be a resistance line on ES. That's exactly nice. Correlation is better, right? The more correlation you have, the better. SPY, Chris NY. Right? So when it comes down to the whole thing, it's important to understand we have a horse and buggy show kind of in the market, right? When we're talking about the indexes, right? You have the SPY, The SPY is the buggy, right? So it is the most important thing because it is the buggy, right? It's got the cargo in it. It's the one that we actually care about, right? Then you have two horses pulling that buggy. Those horses are options and futures, right? They're horses, right, that pull the buggy, right? So, but the buggy is what's important, not the horses, right? Sometimes the horses will steer the buggy, right, and pull the buggy, right, and they can cause all kinds of crazy things to happen. But for the most instances, the horses are trying to accomplish what the driver of the buggy is trying to do. So, but there are moments like expirations, right? And things like that, where, options expirations, especially strike prices and hitting certain levels. Hey, you too, Jeff. Good hanging out with you. See ya tomorrow. There are times during certain events in options and futures where they can get wild and then they pull the buggy around. For the most part, what we are doing in this game is we are playing futures and options trying to figure out what the SPY is going to do, right? So the SPY being at ATR low is more important than like the ES being at ATR low, for instance. Um, I don't have DAS on this computer. And unfortunately, I don't believe DAS has an ATR projection in it, unless it's added that. Um, what I do is you can get the ATR out of DAS in the, what do they call it? Um, the market watch, market view, wherever you put all your tickers. You can add a column in there for ATR, but then what you have to basically do is go out and you'll have to manually draw a box where you want your ATR to be. No, I believe it's equally, I believe the ATR high and the ATR low works on stocks just as well. Look, here's Tesla. Tesla sold, 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 sold. My target on Tesla would have been ATR low. Look at that. Right there. I'm not sure what was going on this morning. Like when I was watching the trading this morning, the order book on Tesla was so insanely bearish. And I think it was a higher, wider range. So I would have been interested in more of a buy on it today. But I mean, the volume on this thing and the trend on this thing was clean sell like most of the day. I saw a lot of folks trying to bottom Tesla, and I was just like, oh my God, like don't bottom this thing. It is selling off like crazy right now. So one of the reasons I recommend having an indicator like this one. So this is the 20 EMA, but this is a very special 20 EMA. This is my golden 20, I guess you could say. I don't know where these come up with these things. I just make it gold, so it doesn't really do. But so when you're doing this, it's a 20, but I use a high, low, and close divided by 3 calc. And then I actually use a volume weighted moving average. So it actually gets weighted by the volume, and I use a 14 period roll just like I do for ATR and everything else. On this indicator, you hide the main EMA. So like a normal 20 EMA would actually look more like this. So you can see my volume weighted one comes out a little bit differently, right? So this is so you could see kind of here, we were just clearly, I call this the poor man's trend line, right? That way I don't have to worry about hand drawing trends. But you can kind of see here, we offered down and we pulled back up, then we got back under, wick, 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 perfect wick, selling. We offered to it with the news, came back down and then bottomed, and now we've crossed it. And then after we've crossed it, now we've gone into some buying on Tesla. So Tesla actually looks like it might be along now off of ATR low, right? PLTR, and then I'll look at NVIDIA. I would not short PLTR. So far with the VPA, PLTR looks like a long today. So if anything, I would think PLTR will likely be a continuation to the long side at some point. And I haven't looked at its order book, but I would be looking more for a long. Not that it can't be. I mean, it could be a short. I mean, it's in so, but it's not a long here because it's too low to be a long right now. But if it gets back above 153 to 154, it could be a long. Because we're in a higher range, it's not statistically viable that we're going to run out ATR low today. You know what I mean? Silly. Oof, look at that sell that just hit it though. Wow. You were long off of it. S4? Okay. Market might be setting up for its bounce here. The market will likely have a bit of a relief rally at some point here. So, and I'm seeing a lot of buying coming in. We're holding this level we kind of talked about, right? And I'm seeing a lot of buying. Like we had a big buy here. We then offered back to value on our buy, but we maintained buying. So we really haven't seen a lot of selling since we've been in here. So we're still kind of stuck up on the 20. But actually for all the selling we had, we really didn't move very far down. So I think we're going to see a bit of a squeeze here. So I would get prepared for that. RTY might be a good long from down here. We're really extended below like S6. Pow! I mean, I'm not saying I'm on my game today, but come on. Did crew just start flushing when that happened? Fart. It sure did. Wow. I mean, come on. Do y'all like me now? Or are you liking me yet? Like, can we get some likes and some shares and some Thor emojis? I mean, that's a good time, right? So the reason here again why I saw this, so I want you to look like when we made this new low of day here, we got a lot of volume on the sell side and we decided to absorb that selling. We then tried to sell again with volume and absorbed. And then we pushed, pushed, pushed. And as we offered down, our volume was very weak on the offer down. So it just looked like with this buy that this was a good location. Now, does this last a long time? I don't know. That was a very, so here's a problem now. Get ready because I'm going to throw a monkey wrench in this maybe. That was about too much buying, right? Nice, Ben. Get it. That was about too much buying. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have to offer a better value because that is just too much buying. So if you do a fib on this buy candle here, right, you can get a, just I just use like a 50% retracement, right? That shows you your value range on this candle. Right? So on this big buy, they're going to come right back in, right? The 50% is our consequence encroachment, and then we have our value range. We should not go much lower than this. Right? If we go much lower than this, then we're going to fail this. So it should look at that. Whap. Look at the wicks where the wick came off of the low on those two candles. I just want you to know that these are computers, right? They do the same thing. Once you kind of learn their language, you know what I mean? These are the things we can expect. Now, if this makes a new low below that retracement, then I wouldn't want to be this, right? This is an algorithm. This long is just it's based on the news that's coming out. Um, there's lots of political news coming out that's affecting the market right now. We've got tweets hitting, all kinds of stuff. How's crude doing? I almost got into I almost got into crude when we crossed the 20. It looked so fun. I am long some RTY though. I'm actually going to come to break even on RTY. Let me show you this trade. We'll see if it works. So I've had a really good day already. I hit a YM trade. I hit an NQ trade today. So this is so kind of the same thing. I saw that we were maintaining buying and we had crossed back above the 20. We came right back and offered my 20. Boom, boom. And I saw the volume come in. So I went ahead and bought and I just threw my stop right back below the 20. Right? So now that we're in a good, actually, we shouldn't lose that value area. So I'll go ahead and give myself some money on this one, whether it works or not. Right? So if this fails the open price and then comes back down, I'll get out of this. Right? And I'll still probably make $600 or $700 on this. And for a target, I'd say a reasonable target is a movement back to S4. So, but right now I went ahead and put my target up near the central pivot, near ATR high, just to see. You never know what's going to happen with RTY. RTY can go into some really nice rallies, and I've really liked the volume we've been getting. Again, you can see here in the past, when we came through the 20, look at the buy response, but then we lost it, and then we came back above the 20 again, and then offered it. So it just seemed like a perfect spot to get in. So, but again, if this fails and we sell off, then I'm not married to my positions ever. So I really don't have an expectation for how much money I'm going to make on each of my positions. I just have rules for how I make it. Right. So for me, I'm not really concerned if this ends up making 2R, 3R, or 10R. Right. I'm just going to make what I can make out of every single trade, but I have a maximum risk. Right. I can't risk more than a grand per trade. Right. But I'm always going to go for, whatever 3 times or 4 times multiple of that risk is. Sometimes I only risk like $300 or $400 on my trade, but I'm still going to go for like 3 grand on it if I can. Right. But like the YM one, I risked about 600, and to get to target, there was only with one contract, there wasn't that much space in there. So I ended up only making about 1.5R on that one with the stop. But the NQ one was like 4R. So that one was beautiful. This one with my stop level could end up being a 6R trade or something like that. All right, now we did exhaust our buyers a little bit here. So I want to be a little careful here because we could get a pullback. But this movement was a very strong ignition. So so far I'm pretty happy with it, and I have not seen a large sell response at any time. But we're right back at the open, right? So we're now offering RTY the opening price again. You didn't buy the open. You want to buy some? You want to buy it now? We'll see what they say. So this will be really important here as we drop back in. Again, we shouldn't come back lower than this. If we do, I'll go out. Right? Still make a few $100. It'll cover what my cost of entry probably was. Make sure I make a little money on it. Like, no big deal. All right. We'll put that back over here while it does its thing. We'll let it marinate. Crude, man. What a party. Did it start rallying again? Crude basically right now is like a market, an inverse market situation. Crude looks like it's about to sell off like crazy. I mean, look where I mean this could be it for crude. Anybody short crude? This might be that time. We're right back to the low of this news candle. If we lose the low of that news candle, things are going to get really spicy. I mean, it is selling. The price action looks like it's on the sell side of the volume. So I don't think I would anticipate a bounce here. We're under almost every trend at this point. And people have been holding crude for a long time. I think they're looking for a reason to sell. RTY is still holding. No, you got to be really careful with crude, man. Crude isn't something I generically trade very often, because it's so volatile news-wise right now. It's really hard to actually feel comfortable getting into crude and holding crude positions, right? You know what I mean? So it is a challenge. I will admit that for sure. We have a little bit of a moment of truth on the market here. I mean, we are approaching noon, so we normally start losing some of our volume right now. But I really think the market is ready. Like, if crude starts dropping and the market goes into a if crude starts dropping, that should be enough to get the industrials to start to rally. And I think with the news that's coming out right now, I think it's bringing some optimism. Nice. Good job selling when you sold. I think that's a great idea. The market still looks a little weak though, huh? Like we're above the 20 now and we're doing a pretty good job, but the market doesn't seem very convinced. It's interesting that crude is literally like an inverse of the market right now. It just shows you right now that the market is very, very like interested in what's going on with crude right now, basically. I think crude's more or less the instrument that's in play today with what's going on. You have to understand with trading, we get hot ticket items, and they just become insanely in watch, like so many eyeballs. And crude itself actually doesn't have a ton of how do I say this right? It doesn't carry a lot of volume with it, and its order book is relatively leanly structured. So if you're an institutional player, this is part of why it's rude, because an institutional algo, all you got to do is dump 5,000 contracts. Now it's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, you're talking millions, but in the grand scheme of things, it's really not too bad. And if they can come in and dump, 5,000 contracts, I mean, they can eat a big chunk of the book. So this is kind of what makes crude so volatile. There's not really a lot of orders to stop. So everything that gets fulfilled is getting fulfilled almost more directly by the specialist, and this makes things really nasty. Yeah, yeah, Alex, exactly. Easy for a big player to make a big wave. You know what I mean? Yeah, they can come in, and if they want to throw things around, they can throw their weight around and really do something with it. It's actually in a good position being under R6 also. How's RTY looking? Not horrible. So you can see what's happening right now with RTY, right? We bought right to the open price and closed under the open. We then sold away. We then went back up and offered the open and could not close above the open price for 1, 2, 3, 4 candles and then sold away. So we are having a lot of trouble right now buying the open, but we're making higher lows right now as we offer lower. So this does give it a little bit of strength in the look, at least at the moment. And I don't see any major sell candles as we've been consolidating. Our volume is just dropping, which is pretty normal for a consolidation before a buy. All right. So, and you can kind of see here we have fairly large bodied candles, most of our sell candles are more indecision and truncated. So it looks like we're going to go try and buy the open. But we are right underneath it right now, and there must be someone selling the open right now because anytime we go up to it, we're getting hit. Lack of guidance impedes biofuels growth. Meh. It's really hard to tell what's going to happen now. The volume has really died out of the market, right? So everything has really kind of just gone. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta so we have an order series that happens at the open, Helga, called the market on open or the MOO orders. And so your open price really gives a real true sense of where we are on the day. So like for instance, today we opened lower than we closed yesterday, right? So that was an inherently bearish sign because we couldn't even open higher, right? There was no pre-market excitement basically, or after hours excitement. So this really so the open price is an indicator that it really where we open on the day is incredibly important on what our expectation is for price action afterwards, if that makes sense. So like many of my plays actually utilize the opening price as a decision on how I play the play. So for me, like what you have here is because this is the open price, you're going to have people who bought and sold the open, right? If someone feels fairly strong against the market, anytime it comes to the open price, they could be selling at the open, right? Like if they think the market's weak, right? Then right at the beginning of the day, they sold. When the market drops away and then comes back up, it gets to that price. They're just going to keep selling, right? And they just keep selling and selling and selling until they're completely out, right? They're not a short seller. They're just a seller, right? So they don't care, right? If, if they sell low or higher, they're just getting out, right? They're done. We're starting to lose a little bit of steam, and we're gonna offer the 20 here. And we need our algorithm that mines this level to step up and buy. If it doesn't, then we will probably go down and hit my stop on RTY, and that'll be my last trade of the day. I've had an incredible day, so at this point it'll just be we'll just let that one roll. A Russell's ETF? That would be IWM. IWM is the ETF for the Russell 2000. The future is RTY. Oh, that's true, Raf. I don't ever trade those. That's fun. There's our 20, there's our algo at the 20. It didn't buy a lot though. That was a very weak response to the 20. All right, everybody. Well, it is noon. So I'm going to keep this RTY position cooking unless it stops me out. I hope all of you have a great rest of your trading day and a good time. I will see you all on tomorrow from 11 to 12. Have any questions? You can always find me, Thor at bearbulltraders.com, or on my social medias, ThorYoungMA on IG, ThorYoung on X. Keep it green, people.